the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Blessings, blessings. Come on in. Blessings, come on in.
The East is where we're from.
Shalom, shalom.
Tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
The Lord held the water still. Come on.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
From Panama, the North American Indian.
Come on. A highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us.
Together our wives and children then sold us.
Blessings, hit the like button.
In the belly of these great ships
We traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gather us. Whoa.
From Australia, it's called the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel.
Blessings, blessings, Elder Lawya.
Blessings and shalom, sir. How you doing?
Man, I'm blessed by the Almighty. Thanks for holding it down, brother. Thanks for holding it down during, it's been a trying few weeks for the family, and thanks for all your support. And thank you all for your support too. I know you all was out there praying for us and holding it down until I got back. But hey, I'm ready. I'm ready, man.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I'm getting shoot out the cannon right now. I'm ready to rock, ready to fight. But yeah, brothers and sisters, for those who don't know, in a few days, I lost two close family members that we had to lay to rest last week with the Most High, and very close family members. And then in the midst of this, Elder Lawya Zionash, first of all, he said hello. And
Shalom.
Out of nowhere, he sent the message. I guess Skype was all backward and whatever the case is. And you know how Teams transferred. It's Teams now, not Skype. So I guess he finally got it together. Being overseas right now and found out that I lost family members, and he needed to reach out and give his condolences. And he wanted to, he reminded me to tell you hello, right?
Yes, and blessings and shalom to Elder Rawchaa.
Yeah. And then
much love to him.
Yeah. And then he pops news to me. I'm like, come on, man. Oh, Lord have mercy. Another brother by the name of Daniel, you've probably heard about him in passing. He was a brother we grew up in the music, and he was a special young man. He was from New Jersey, and he also came up in UPK when I was there. All of us were there together in the early 90s. Right? And I would never forget him, but Zod told me out of nowhere that Daniel, he passed all of a sudden.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh my goodness. So I just found this out yesterday. So I'm trying to figure out what to do and all that to talk with the family, because I know I was close to his brother years ago, and his brother passed also around that same time after the shots. So I can't help but think a lot of people that we've known, and I've spoken with, we put it out there years ago for brothers and sisters to avoid these things at all cost. And now it seems as if we're witnessing the fallout from all those who trusted the system, so to speak. People that are dying suddenly, and you're asking, well, they were young, they were vibrant. We knew these people. And you know what? No one can give you a clear, defined answer to why someone who's young, strong, vibrant, why all of a sudden they're just passing away out of nowhere. And it's as if no one wants to address the 800-pound gorilla in the room. I don't want to make a big deal out of that tonight. But what's the new thing that have been introduced in society that everyone took a part of? What is that? And could that be in the equation of why so many people are dying all of a sudden? Just asking a question. But, I put it out there as much as I could, trying to tell people, listen, fear puts you under subjection. They had one time to get to do that. They know they could only do that one time. And they accomplished exactly what they wanted to do. They could only pull off something like that throughout the whole earth and shut it down. They knew that that was a one play that they could use, because they can't do it again. A lot of people don't want to admit that their loved ones are passing through that, because who can deal with the guilt of having, the guilt of pushing something that you had no idea what was in it? Who want to live with the guilt that they could have urged their own family into offing themselves? But I digress. I mean, we can only warn the people. And as we come closer to the end, there'll be more warnings, and hopefully the people take heed. That's all I can say on that. But again, even on the outside of that, to the side, I just want to also put out there again that, I give my condolences to Elder Rawchaa, who just lost, he laid to rest his father this Sunday. And of course, we know it wasn't because of the joy, the Jim Jones juice. It wasn't that for him. He was a man of the Most High, baptized in the church and laid to rest. And we're going to hold the fort here on earth until we see him again. So again,
right.
brothers and sisters, make sure you put out your prayers for Elder Rawchaa and his family who's going through a trying time right now. It's a lot of things, a lot of deep things happening in the earth. And out of nowhere, boom. I'm sidelined with news, hearing from Zionash overseas. He's probably looking at this right now. He's overseas, and he blindsided me with the news that my young friend, I was in the music business with actually, at early 1920, he passed over now, and all of a sudden. So something is going on in the earth, but I digress. I'm going to go into the academy a little later. But brothers and sisters, it's time for us to catch up. There's a lot I wanted to discuss with you all last week or the week before, but couldn't. So it's time to catch up with you. All right. And some of the things that I wanted to discuss with you all for the last couple of weeks, but yet circumstances didn't allow. So here we are. Elder Lawya, there's so much going on in the earth right now that we must quantify. Right?
Right.
Sleight of hand. When I say sleight of hand, Esau, the invisible man, he have you looking one way while he's doing something else. So I wanted to quantify that and highlight and bring to light what's going on in the earth right now prophetically. With highlighting what most people have been ignoring. Right now, they're talking about what? They're talking about Somalians and the unhinged activists we're going to talk about, who's following ICE around and end up getting unalived. All of the focus is on these created events, while something else greater is happening simultaneously on the prophecy side. Okay, and I wanted to highlight that. I want to talk about that today. So our lesson today and our discussion will be how the Gentiles stole Israel. Because, folks, you have to understand what the target was the whole time to understand all the little side events that are going on that are created or focused on to distract us from what they're actually doing. I want to talk about that tonight. It's going to be a great discussion tonight. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for being a part of this, being members of the channel. You know I appreciate that and all the support you do with the channel. We love you. I'll give you all a round of applause real quick. All praises be to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of Yeshaya, Rawchaa. We thank the Most High for another opportunity to come before you. Brothers and sisters, in 2021, I say it right here on this very same microphone, that the world is going to look a lot different between 2025 and 2026. Okay? I don't want to go back and grab the clips and all that, but I told you. Now, that in of itself wasn't some prophetic thing coming down. There was doctors that were fighting up against the system based on what they were rolling out years ago. And as a doctor said, well, listen, kiss your loved ones now. A matter of fact, these same doctors weren't allowed to say anything on YouTube. We couldn't repeat what we were learning based on what was happening. During that time, there was censorship on 100 during that time, where even if you intimated something against the mainstream narrative, they would cut you off almost immediately. Well, there was a doctor from, there was a retired doctor from Pfizer. He came on, he was, but you know, we were dealing with Patreon, And I was showing some Rumble clips because at that time, Rumble you could still say what you wanted to say without any repercussion on Rumble. And a doctor came straight out and said, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, they're trying to shut me up. But if you follow what they're telling you, kiss your loved ones now. He says there's going to be many funerals, many people dying, and it's going to be a direct result of the ignorant following their trusted professionals who are have been put in place for this very moment. All of the doctors who know what this is are censored. He said it just like that. He says they're censored. He says they'll lose their licenses. They can't talk. He says, and guess what? There's way more doctors who's willing to take the money than those who understand what this truly is. He said it just like that. He says, if your family members follow what they're doing out there, hug them, love them, kiss them early. America will be looking entirely different between 2025 and 2026. Folks, it was a quote by the doctor in 2021. A matter of fact, on Patreon this coming Friday, I'm going to revisit one of those clips. Right? And here it is, being naive, scared. Some people saying, well, I had to do it because of my job. I had to do it because of this. You don't have to do anything unless what? And still you have to make a choice. You ain't had to do anything. Understand this. If someone don't got a gun to your head, it's voluntary. No one made someone get up and go somewhere and do something against themselves. And they were able to pull this off. Why? Because they knew the desires in people's heart. And the desires lean more so towards carnality. People were afraid of what they're going to lose when it comes to substance in this earth. It was about money. The love of money is the root of all evil. Instead of trusting the Most High, people started counting what they could potentially lose and end up listening to these demons and lost everything, including their lives. And what I'm saying here, and I'm gonna make a big deal out of this, there will be greater tests. There will be greater tests. If people want to know what's going on, real quick in a nutshell, because I'm trying to catch up with some of the things I wanted to say for the last couple of weeks. If you understand what the plan was, I don't know if any of you ever worked in a corporate setting. If you worked in a corporate setting, you'll understand and you'll know straight off the bat when you're in the midst of a corporate rollout. I'm going into the scriptures for a second, but I got to speak to the layman, the everyday person. Even if you don't believe the Bible at all, okay? We still want you alive because one day the Most High may have you look into that book. Okay? Your life is precious. We only get one of these things. I don't care what the world tell you, what other alternative religions tell you. There's no such thing as reincarnation. Okay? We get one of these, and it's called life. Let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. I worked in the corporate world. Okay? Did pretty good in the corporate world. And I understand what a corporate rollout looks like. Something just don't come out of nowhere that no one expected that no one expected to actually happen and have a complete plan from A to Z for it. If a disease come out of nowhere where no one understood what was going on, how can you have a plan lockstep with all the institutions, all the corporate jobs, and everything lockstep, be it military, job. Everyone is saying the same thing on TV. You don't know what a corporate rollout looks like? If something comes out of nowhere, you'll be surprised. You'll be blindsided without preparation. So when I seen how it was all going, I knew it. I said, you know what? This is a corporate rollout. Okay? What you have to understand, what we're seeing, the majority of things that you see before you, brothers and sisters, it's discussed in board meetings first. Round table discussions. Before it gets to us, a corporate rollout is usually a round table discussion. I've been a part of in the insurance thing. If we're going to roll out memberships or get another contract, we all sit down together first and we discuss how to get a contract or how to keep a contract. If it's a certain quota of sales that need to happen, then we understand, based on divvying up the teams, how much each particular employee have to produce to do what? To actually accomplish the goal. And then we understand with the metrics, spreadsheets, we keep calculations, we tally it, and understand whether or not we what? We met the goal, did not meet the goal, or over achieved with the goal. And I'm going to say this, folks. Everything that we just went through, when everything shut down years ago, that was a dress rehearsal for the mark of the beast. It was a dress rehearsal, a corporate rollout. And why did they need a corporate rollout? Listen to me clearly. Well, if you're going to bring in the new work slave force, think about it. The new work slave force, now that God's people woke up, you have to make room. The first thing, Elder Lawya, people should have done you should have became very, very skeptical with all of this when you seen them bringing all these people in your community from other places, when there's no room or finances to sustain the people that are already there. Common sense will tell you, well, hold up and ask yourself, if there's no room here, is it a possibility that they're going to get rid of us for the replacements? The population didn't change much. And see, I don't buy this same, even though a lot of what they're doing with Trump and ICE and all that, it has merit, obviously so, and we're going to talk about that in a moment. But keep in mind, folks, you have to understand when it's misdirection and window dressing. What do I mean by that? If you really wanted to stop immigration, you would just go direct. You would go straight to what? Instead of just dragging people away, you would actually penalize the employers for having them there.
Right.
No money, no mischief. If you tell a business owner that if one illegal is at your place, not only we're going to revoke your license and shut your business down, it's the end of immigration. So then we have to look at the whole corporate thing. What was that all about? What is it all about? That's why you're here. There's a collusion with all nations to bring in a new workforce. Not only a new workforce, a compromised workforce. people that that nobody's going to come looking for. So that they can continue their occultism, human trafficking, and all of that with a new batch of slaves. God's people started waking up. Less criminality. Less criminality. The for-profit jails cannot make a profit. But if you, bring in the criminality, you bring in the worst of others. You have workers. You can still deal with their sex trafficking, which is the occult trading of people for child sacrifice. You would have a people with no rights. So now the people that are here will be indebted to you. So you have a population that will not tilt the apple cart. And then on top of that, you'll have a culture cataclysm to attack and go against the only people who could rival the evil in this earth. The children of Judah here in America. See how it works? So, let's start here. Fair use for educational purposes only. So, brothers and sisters, do not get caught up in the hype. They played us once before. They played us once before. Do not get caught up in the hype. Fair use for educational purposes only. Let's go.
Was what played out in the moments before the shooting.
Hold on, Elder Lawya. I want you to. And again, when you see these news anchors, please do not get all caught up in their urgency and how concerned they appear. These are actors. Okay? So not only are they taught to read from a cue card, there's nothing this guy's saying. An original thought never came to this guy's mind outside of how many slices of bacon he was going to have on his sandwich in the morning. Okay? Right. Let's make it clear. If this guy, for any reason, Elder Lawya, chooses to read off script, he'll be out of there as quick. Okay, as quick as a flash. So understand, folks, these people are actors. They read, they are professional teleprompter readers. So he's going to try to come with some urgency because what? He was trained to do this, to engage the people so that you can believe that we need to take this guy seriously. Okay? Fair use.
Breaking news, ABC News now obtaining new cell phone video of the deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis. The video taken by the ICE agent who pulled the trigger. The video shows what played out in the moments before the shooting, the interaction between that mother of three in that SUV, Renee Good.
That mother of three. Now let's unpack, Elder Lawya, that mother of three. How many of us know that this mother of three has a wife? Which is, according to the Bible, it's impossible for a woman to have a wife.
That's right.
So understand how they use things to what? Tug at your heartstrings. Oh my God, a mother of three. Right? Now, so there's a common thread between Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ, and what's going on here with these Somalians. To why they're willing to put their life on the line to protect these illegals from ICE. A lot of people are like, well, yeah, it's all together, folks. The NGOs, the non-government organizations where they're siphoning government money through all this stuff, who do you think is over all of those organizations? The LGBTQ, the white liberals. So when you start snatching up people and all that and shutting down the NGOs and their scam they've been dealing with the whole time, Trump is getting in front of their livelihood. That's why they're not out there because they care about Somalis. This is business for them. So these crazed white liberals, they don't care about these black people and these illegals. They care about the slave labor. Right? The sexual access in a lot of these situations.
Mm-hmm.
The new batch of sexually acts. Don't forget about under Kamala. Okay, about money was going out of nonprofit money was going out. Trans children in Venezuela was one of the initiatives under Kamala, where they was looking to have money from the United States to go out for trans children in Venezuela. What is that? So this is the new, he's getting in front of the new what? The new pool of freaks and slaves that they need to bring into the country to replace the people they've poisoned already, who's not going to be here. See? So there's many layers to this. Right? Many layers. So here it is. You got these lesbians and these crazed activists, the same people who was behind Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with black people. It's a whack, satanic organization ran by crazed, satanic, white, crazed liberals. Okay? If Black Lives Mattered, they would look at us, descendants of slaves here, and say, you know what? Let's break them off with reparations like we did the Jews. Show us really how Black Lives Matter. Okay? So get up out of here with that. It's another organization where they can siphon government money into these groups who are utilized to taint our society. They're used as human weapons, societal weapons against the tribes of Israel. It's these nut job occultists who are radicalized in the schools. And guess what? White people is like, you ain't bringing that crap where we are. Okay? You go in the black neighborhood with that mess and mess them up. That's these crazy nuts that are running around in front of and moving their cars in front of ICE agents. Okay? Talking about they're protesting. Protesting isn't following agents, folks.
Mm.
And you know what? Judah in America. I never thought I would say this. The blacks in America, Judah in America. Boy, are we proud of you. Sitting back and just allowing these white satanic liberals to crash out. None of these movements are anything. They're nothing without us. They're nothing. So if there's any solace, if there's any positive we can take from this, is sitting back with our organic popcorn, watching them crash out now that Trump is going against their money. Right?
And ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Renee Good seen smiling behind the wheel as ICE agent Ross approaches her, telling him, quote, "I'm not mad." Her partner standing outside the vehicle holding her own phone, exchanging words with that officer. Then the moment the driver turns and appears to try to pull away, the officer's phone capturing that moment as well. then opening fire, shooting 3 times, killing Renee Good. She was shot in the head. Good's SUV then appearing to accelerate a short distance down that street before crashing into multiple parked cars. Tonight, Vice President J.D. Vance doubling down on his defense of the agent, and our team showing the ICE officer's video to the mayor of Minneapolis. Whit Johnson leading us off with these new images. He's in Minneapolis again tonight.
Tonight, new video Agent Jonathan Ross recorded himself, showing the disturbing moments when he opened fire on Renee Good. The clip begins with Ross approaching the vehicle. You can see his reflection in the window and hear Good tell him she's not mad.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad. What? Show your face. I'm not mad. It's okay. We don't change our plates every morning.
Good's partner Becca recording too.
Now she's out there talking about show your face. Okay, these are the crazed nut jobs, you know, out there in particular. Not her in particular. The loss of life, there's nothing good about that, but you don't go around. Listen, let's peel this back real quick, Elder Lawya. Okay. I'm a Judite from the tribe of Judah. I'm a black man in America. Right? The hubris of some of these crazed liberal nut jobs. Hey, Lawya, what you think would happen with you if there's some agents, armed agents, right, deputized by the President of the United States in full camouflage, and you would decide to get into your minivan, you know, got your child seat in there, whatever the case is, you know, so of course they'll know you got you know, a toddler or whatever the case is, at least a young child, and decide that you're going to drive your car intentionally where ICE is and follow them from place to place, blocking them from collecting illegals. How do you think they're going to end out for you, young man? How do you think that's going to pan out for you?
If you or I were to do that, we would both become human target practice. Oh, simple and plain.
But that would be racist, man. Don't you think that would be racist?
Hey, we live in a racist world, but regardless of that, it wouldn't change the fact that I'd be Swiss cheese out there. You know, that's to let you know. But I'm going to show you what happens when they have no plans for the people they've radicalized. They have no plans for these people. These people has been radicalized in these colleges. These are nuts. Don't forget, folks. When the last time we hear about people being locked down? When I was coming up, there was a reason they had insane asylums. Okay, there was a reason for this. Right. So this is what This is what happens when you use these people as human weapons against the people you hate, with no long-term plans for them once their job is done. Really, the liberal white crazed person, their job is finished. The end of their job was when COVID happened. That was their last payout. When COVID happened, that was their last payout. That's why it was all these crazed white liberals coming around us. Hey, you better put on your mask. Hey, did you get your shots? And when you went to these hospitals, it was just them. It was like a private contract with all of these crazed nut job, septum ring, black lipstick losers. Everybody had a scrub during this time trying to get that COVID pay that was out there to make sure that everyone get the shot. They didn't realize that was their last payout for destroying our community. As soon as Trump got into place, to show y'all folks, don't tell me the government don't control the moral lines within any society. Soon as Trump got into place, it seemed like the LGBT lever was pulled to off. The whole thing been pulled down. TV changed. Everything changed. Right. Almost immediately.
Yeah. I'm like,
Did they put them back in a closet? What's going on here? Don't tell me that the government, and I'm going to go into that, doesn't control the moral temperature of their country. So when it's time to radicalize and come against us at any time, I'm going to show you who's behind this. They know how to flip the switch and let the crazies come up against us. And at any time, they can just switch off, turn off the money, and these crazy people will go right back into their closets. Right? But here we go. Fair use.
2 as he checks Good's license plate.
That's fine.
Then Ross continues around the vehicle, walking in front of it when another officer says, "Get out of the car."
I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
Look.
Becca Good tries to open the passenger door. As Renee turns the wheel, there's a sound as the camera points downward. And about 1 second later, Ross, who stays on his...
See, but the reality is here. We're living in a world now, Elder Lawya, where there's immediate judgment and consequences for actions. And no one warned these people. Okay, repent. Find God. That's not your wife.
Right.
Get your life together. You were used so that you was radicalized in these colleges to destroy the black community. That's what you've been radicalized for. They gave you some worthless degree. They gave you some gender study, garbage psychology degree, right? Degrees in underwater backstroking, lesbian underwater backstroking. I have a master's in that. Okay? So that you can have some credentials to come into our neighborhoods with your garbage to destroy the morality aimed predominantly towards our sisters. And feminizing, working to feminize the black boys. So now that they have they've been used to destroy our communities, they had to import in some new, like I said last Sunday, some new people of color crash test dummies. Okay? Let me go out there and get us a whole, let's go destroy Somalia. Let's blow it up. And we're going to take these black refugees and give them a whole community so that we can siphon money out of the community using people of color. Right? Just put a few of them up there, you know, with some Muslim material on and act like there's daycare centers, and then these white liberals can siphon money hands over fist that belongs to Judah in America. Right? But what's really going on, because I have everyone looking one way. And it leads into my lesson, how the Gentiles stole Israel. Because while they got us going this way, something is going on overseas. Something is going on overseas, huh? Yeah, what did Netanyahu says, huh? What did he say? The Edomite. The Eastern European Edomite. Right? Let's see what he has to say.
Mr. President.
Mr. Prime Minister.
It's good to talk to you, and before anything else, I want you to know that I'm signing now, as we speak, Israel's official recognition of Somaliland and its right of self-determination. Our friendship is seminal and historic. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm very proud of this day, and I want to wish you and the people of Somaliland the very, very best there. I think this will be a great opportunity.
Elder Lawya, this is highlighting so much. How many times I've made the quote, I'm Esau and I say so.
Mm-hmm.
Go into a land, cast lots, and just say, the Queen of England, I'm happy to report back from the New World, the new United States.
Right.
Bomb and kill a people, destroy a people. Then you parse off an area called Somaliland, which is separating, putting a line in the middle of it, an established country, and calling it progress.
Right.
It's like putting a border between Mexico and America, Texas and Mexico, as if it isn't the same land. But why? Well, folks, I'm going to show you how it works. I'm going to show you how it works in a nutshell. I'm going to show you how this goes into how the Gentiles stole Israel. They're over there doing all types of things, destroying even Somalia, which is Hamites. The majority of them are Hamites. Then using the survivors from the war as political tools to disrupt another country. See, you take the children, the refugees and all that. You say, well, listen, how would you like to come to America? Of course, we've killed your family and destroyed, any future for this ancient land that goes back thousands of years for your people. But come on to America. We've already separated a whole area for you. And then you have some crazed nuts in the Democrat Party who says, okay, bring your people of color over here. Like Tim Walz and all that. And Lawya, you probably didn't know Tim Walz. He's the governor who thought it was a good idea to have tampons in a boy's bathroom. Okay.
I remember that.
Yeah, just an FYI for you. They show you the nature of these people that's over government. These satanic freaks. Oh yeah. Hey, what's wrong with this? Right? So they say, don't worry about it. The governor, we have everything here for you. Bring the people who are war torn over into the country. Well, don't we have to learn the language? Oh, don't worry about that. We're gonna put y'all to just y'all just walk around. We got a whole area you can just walk around and just be in Somalia, be in Somalia while in America. Don't worry about it. We're gonna take care over here. Okay, and then okay, oh yeah, Tim Walz. Yeah. You and the Arab community, don't worry about it. We got some people coming over, and I need y'all to now set up all these bogus nonprofits, and we're gonna have these black people just walking around, people of color, right? We'll put these LGBTQ people who are now over all of the nonprofits in the black community. We'll put them in charge of the money that's allocated for these particular things every year so they can snatch the money as if they're actually helping black and brown people. See? See how that works? Isn't that nice? And at the same time, you think they stopped bombing the Palestinians? So what do they need Somaliland for? Well, Somaliland is being used so that they can have a place to move the refugees that are left from the people they're still bombing in Gaza. You see how you have to look at, in order to understand this, you have to understand what? The whole plan and not get caught up with each event. The whole plan is to have some people, a place to move some of these people after Gaza has been taken. So they move some people over here in the United States on the taxpayers' dole in America. They say, listen, y'all just go over there. We'll throw y'all over there. Okay. So that now we'll have a place to move the displaced Palestinians, the children of Lot, in Somaliland. See how it works? See how it works, folks? Now, these Somalians in the United States have a choice to make. There's no place to go back to, really. And the choice to make is, after all this criminality, guess what, folks? Listen how it works. I'm going to put y'all down on something. Black and brown. You came over here to be black and brown. So now it's time for you to take some of these black and brown licks. Because guess what? They need to continue these for-profit corporate prisons. And a lot of these people they're snatching up from the from Minnesota, they're not immediately going back to Somalia. They're going to have to work until it's too many people to ship back at one time. So what do you think they're doing? They're working in the jails. So now, that's right. You're feeding capitalism. This country was made to a degree where it's called capitalism. It cannot survive without what? Without a slave base.
Exactly.
And if it isn't us and we coming back to the law and we doing what we're supposed to do and now we're really starting to get ourselves together as a people, they need replacements. They need a new slave base. Black and brown people. These Somalians aren't, and the Venezuelans and others aren't originally just going back. You're talking about tens of millions that came over here. So the for-profit prisons now have new workers. See how it works? Listen, I've been holding this stuff for a couple of weeks, but what I like to do is connect the dots for our people so that you're not caught up with all this mess out there. Know how the game works. And it's hot potato. Okay? What do I mean by hot potato? America will blame, if something go wrong, America will blame Israel or Americans will blame Israel or the other way around. But it doesn't matter which side have done what. They're together. And they're together with an ancient plan. That if you don't understand that plan, nothing else makes sense. And even throughout all times, throughout the ancient times, the Most High says he does nothing unless he showeth what? He showeth it to his servants, the prophets. See? So we're putting it in context so our people don't get caught up. Let them do their theater. And the only thing we do the same way when you go into a theater, what do? You watch. But you don't engage. See? The world is a stage. And if you get caught up, it's on you. There's no protesting, no marching, no participating. We follow God's law. We are of what? The kingdom's government. We follow the laws of the land. But we belong to what? God's government. Okay? That's how we work. We don't protest. We don't engage. These people are crazy. Okay? And I'm talking about the nut jobs they have on the ground, the pawns they utilize that's crashing out all over the place. They put crazy people over our community, folks. All right? So we're not to listen to them. We're not to say, oh my God, what about the poor people? You fascists. Listen. All these people who's talking about you fascists and all that, listen, all you have to do, and this is how you challenge some of these nut job liberals. Right? If you feel this way about all these people America has been destroying, why don't you go over to those countries and join the armies of these other countries and fight on their side? Oh, they look at you like, well, hold up now. That's a tidbit too far. I'd rather protest. No, if you really care about these people, go over there and join the armies. Right? Or if you really care about the people, guess what? Don't look to the government's tax doles and the treasury to take care of these people. Why don't you open up your house to all these refugees they're letting over? Why don't you do that? Don't you care for these people? Thanks for y'all support, brothers and sisters. So these liberals, they're not protesting because they care for these people. They're protesting based on the money they get, using these people as a front. Now, Somaliland. Let's listen to it, Elder.
For expanding our partnership, we intend to work together with you on economic fields, on agriculture, in the fields of social development, all the things that we hope we can assist you, and we obviously believe in this friendship. And I have to tell you that there's a lot of excitement here in Israel as well.
So this guy, they're displaced into a Middle East where other people are living. Many countries are questioning their legitimacy. I'm speaking of Israel in of itself. There's people out there, countries out there that questions Israel's intentions and or legitimacy. But they're legitimate enough to stand here, pose on the phone and say, you know what? Trump, I'm glad to say that we're co-signing our own country within the country we've just destroyed, Somalia, called Somaliland. So, Elder Lawya, so what are they doing? And keep in mind, folks, these people, real quick, these people are Gentiles. Netanyahu is a Gentile, okay? If you were to type in Netanyahu's father's name, right? Netanyahu's father original name. Type it in. Right? You can't make this up. Benzian Milukowski. Milukowski. That's Polish. Right? So these people right here are Gentiles. Right? Let's focus on this. So if you are a Gentile, what are you doing in Israel? Eastern Europeans and Poland, different parts of Germany. Where do they come from? Well, brothers and sisters, these families predominantly are made out of two separate families of Esau. Okay? One is Teman. The Temanites. Okay? They came into Turkey under Aghuz. I'm going to show y'all that a little later. Aghuz Khan. They came into the Turkey area. Then eventually they started spreading into different parts. I'm talking about the ancient times too. They started spreading into different parts of Germany or what have you. Right? So you got the Temanites. Hold on. Let me go and get Genesis 36 real quick. Genesis, Elder Lawya, let's go to Genesis 36. It wasn't on the docket, but I thought I would pull that out real quick. Let's go to Genesis 36. And thank you all.
Sir.
Please hit the like button for me. Let's go to Genesis 36, if you will. And we did cover some of this in Who's Edom, but I wanted to pull this out for the brothers and sisters who missed the lesson Sunday, who wasn't there, right? Just a little bit of it, right? Now, these are who? Esau, who's Edom. Genesis 36 and 1. This is the big brother of Jacob, our big brother. Okay? Okay. Read the third verse for me. Matter of fact, read 2 to 3 for me, if you will, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. The book of Genesis 36 and verse 2.
Yes.
Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Bashemoth, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth.
Now he went to the land of Canaan. Why? Because that was Satan's seat at that time. He was forbidden, he was forbade not to go there. Because there were Nephilim seed there. That was Satan's seat in Mount Seir. He went there to defy the God of Abraham, to actually take on the religion that would utilize Satan's new king on earth, his new Nimrod, to one day rule the world using the children of Edom. So in this land that eventually, in a plain not too far from Mount Seir, you would have an area called Idumea, where the Arabs, Ishmaelites, and Esau conspires together against us back then. So this is what they made an alliance in marriage, where Esau also married Ishmael's first son's daughter, the sister of Nabajoth. Ishmael's first daughter. Nabajoth is the priesthood family who Muhammad comes out of. We're going to go into that this coming Sunday, folks. Ishmael's Islam, Satan's secret weapon against us. We're dropping that this coming Sunday. So not only Esau, he ended up through marriage making an alliance with one of Ishmael's daughters. Bashemoth is the sister of Nabajoth. Nabajoth was Ishmael, the father of the Arabs, first son. Okay, the Quraysh tribe, who the so-called Prophet Muhammad came out of, is from the sons of Nabajoth, the priesthood. So Esau would find a priesthood here along with who? Ishmael, worshiping Satan. That's your modern day Christianity along with your modern day Islam. This is where they perfected that religion. Way back when. Read.
4. And Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashemoth bare Reuel, and Aholibamah bare Jeush, and Jaalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau which were born unto him in the land of Canaan.
In the land of Canaan. So Esau be trying to put the Canaanite label on us, being black Shemites. Okay? When we're not Hamitic at all. We're Canaan. Esau is more Ham than we are. See that? Let's make it clear. We're Shemitic. Sometimes Esau try to hide us in their history or antiquity by calling us Asiatic. But we're Shemites. We're not Hamites. Let's go down to the 8th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse number 8. Thus dealt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir.
The father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. Right? Right? Thank you, Twin Thompson. Now let's go to, these are the names of Esau's sons. Let's read it.
Verse 10. These are the names of Esau's sons. Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau. Reuel, the son of Bashemoth, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz.
Now when you see Teman here, Teman These are they who went into Turkey. These are they who went into Turkey. So the Edomites we see, like Netanyahu, okay, they are a mix between different families, Amalek and Teman or Thaman, right? Let me show y'all something real quick. Look at this right here. Revisiting, Rethinking Turkey's Past by Samuel C. Baxter, right? Oh, hold on that 1 second, Elder Lawyer. Let y'all see this real quick. Okay, there it is. Right? Look at this. It shows right here. Another name you can find Esau when he traveled outside of Mount Seir is the Aghuz from the 14th century. The Aghuz are the primary ancestors of the Turks. So the Muslim Turks over there in Turkey, they're Edomites too. They'll play on either side of the fence. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. The Turks represent the Turks of present-day Turkey. Notice that the Aghuz did not fit in the Eastern Turks. The reason? Central Asia was not their original homeland. They're from Mount Seir. When you go down, it says, a clue to the origin of the Aghuz Turks can be found in the name Ottoman. Note that it was adapted from the ruler Osman, which is also spelled Othman, and Uthman. These are all Jewish names. Volume 2 of Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire includes additional spellings. Thaman, Othman, whose Turkish name has been melted into the appellation of the Caliph Othman. Thaman was a family name with roots in the Bible. Teman was a chieftain of the ancient Edomite kingdom and the grandson of Esau. So don't tell me we don't know what we're talking about here. Don't tell me we don't know what we're talking about. So when they went into those areas, eventually they spread it out and they started influencing different parts of, they took part of Cyprus and they started going into Eastern Europe and all these others and setting up Edomite colonies. Okay? They started, so when you see Theman, you know it's the Turkish people. And also when you see, what's the land, Elder Lawyer, they was just funneling all that money from America to over there where the war is. They claim a war.
You talking about the Ukraine?
The Ukraine. That's why they funding all this money from America to the Ukraine. These are the same people, folks. They're Edomites. Right? So now let's go back to old Netanyahu. Where is he? Had him somewhere here. Yeah, there he is.
I want to use this opportunity, sir, to invite you to an official visit to Israel at your convenience, and I hope very much to see you here soon. This is a wonderful day. It's a historic day.
A wonderful day. All right. So now, how did the Gentiles, how are they sitting in Israel right now, claiming to be Israel? These are Gentiles, Edomites. Right? Well, Elder Lawyer, let's get Luke real quick. Let's get it real quick. You know where I'm going. Right? Let's go to the book of Luke. '21. And this is what happened when our people were compassed with armies. Right? When our people were compassed with armies in 70 AD. Right? Why did our people, blacks, why did we go into slavery? Well, Christ prophesied our slavery. The Christian church, through their theologian miseducation, are taught not to see this. But if they believe in Christ, they would know that the children of slaves are in fact the lost tribes of Israel. Let's read the 20th verse.
St. Luke 21 and 20.
Read it.
And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled.
Now, folks, this isn't just man's words. Some people try to downplay the Bible. Oh, the Bible is nothing. It was made by man. Folks, this is history right here. Christ was prophesying what was written in the book of Daniel. The desolation. That our people would be destined to fall. Why? For breaking the laws or the original contract we had with God. The commandments. So now Christ is highlighting this. So anyone try to claim, well, the Bible is just a book of men. This is history, folks. You can actually go Google 70 AD in the fall of Jerusalem. Okay? Now, you know why people try to dismiss it or claim that the Bible has no value. Because if you admit that the Bible is true, now you are accountable to what's in it. See? So the things you're doing against the morality of it, you're held accountable. That's why people try to downplay the Bible, because they know that they want to do something against the moral codes in it that questions their sexuality or how they would like to go about life. They can go throughout life without conscience if they can just claim the Bible is just a man's book. Usually they are against the book because the Bible is against something they're doing. Right? For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. And let's see what happened to our people, Elder Lawya. Let's go to the 24th verse.
24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations.
And shall be led away captive into all nations. So what people would be responsible for trafficking our people, if you will, into all nations? The same nation that took us down. Esau, the Romans. The Edomites would be what? They would be the authority over the slave trades and moving us around. Between them and the Arabs, Ishmael. Why? They have skin in the game. Isaac received the covenant under Abraham. Ishmael, the firstborn, felt slighted. That's your Arabs who's over Islam. Esau, the firstborn, he sold his birthright and he lost the blessing. So by default, these two families have become our nemesis since ancient times and have conspired against us since ancient times, and was waiting for our God to take the hedge up from over us so that they can pounce. So who's responsible for this? The Romans. Who are the modern day Europeans today? Edomites. And I'm not saying this because I have a personal axe to grind against anyone. Christ said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Our people walk in darkness, and by so we are trusting those who are destroying us. See? It's not my opinion. Hey, Jewish dictionary, Jewish encyclopedia, even Jewish people know. Edox or Idumea or Edom. They're who? They're who? See? Look. The name Edom, according to the Jewish encyclopedia, the name Edom is used by the Talmudists for the Roman Empire. And they applied to Rome every passage of the Bible referring to Edom or Esau. That's your Jewish encyclopedia where they tell on themselves. Where they tell on themselves. Huh? Jewish encyclopedia here. So what people are over human trafficking? Edomites, the Romans, they've been human trafficking ever since they trafficked us, God's people. So when they go into history and talk about the Jews have been persecuted for generations, folks, they're not talking about themselves, they're talking about us. They're hiding under the atrocities they've perpetrated against us, trying to claim what happened to our people according to prophecy. The expulsion of Spain. I have the records, folks. There was not one white Jew expelled from Spain. Okay? They expelled black Jews and sold us to Arabs who became Moors. And then the ones that they expelled during the time of the Inquisition, they took us and stripped our clothes off by the commands of Rome because we refused to convert to paganism. They stripped our clothes off, put us on ships, and threw us off on the shores of New Guinea, Africa. I have the records. We are the Jews that were expelled from Spain for not bowing to the crown. All right. Let's read that last piece, 24.
And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
So Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles. That means from the time of 70 AD when the Romans took down Jerusalem, Gentiles would be ruling that particular area until Christ's return. So when you see Netanyahu signing agreements there, it's a fulfillment of what Christ told us. The Gentiles parting lots, claiming to be God's people, and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. And that's why you see that six-pointed star behind you. That six-pointed star is the star of Moloch. Right? A matter of fact, check this out. I need y'all to look at this. Look at that. They're not even trying to hide it. The siege of Jerusalem, 70 AD. What do we have here? Britannica. They don't even hide it. 70 CE. on the walls of Rome, they have what? A triumphal parade in Rome of Jew religious articles, a 7-branch candlestick, a table for showbread, and sacred trumpets, removed after the sack of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Details of release from the Ark of Titus, Rome, 81 CE. So they're not even hiding, they're celebrating. There was a parade celebrating the destruction of God's temple, our people's temple in 70 AD. They had a parade in Rome and memorialized it. You can go into Rome right now and see them celebrating, destroying, and pillaging us and selling our people. You'll be crazy being out there marching with these fools. And here they are marching in Rome, celebrating the death of our homeland, the death of our temple, the destruction of our temple. And all the gold that they stole out of the temple, folks, they still trade on the world market. The majority of the gold you see, it came from us, folks. We're the true Jews. We're the jewelry. They put it right in your face. They're banking on the ignorant. Look at, they're banking on the ignorant. These people are Edomites, Temanites from Esau, Amalek of the sons of Esau. So what are they playing? Elder Lawya, let's go to the promises that was given to Abraham when it comes to geography. Real quick. In the book of Genesis. So what are their true plans? They're moving people all around the earth like pawns with an objective. What is the objective, one might think, folks, or don't understand? They're running out of time. They're running out of time. So what must they do, folks? It's crazy. All right. Let me see how I'm going to tackle this. Let's go there first. Let's go into the geography of why they're in the Middle East right now, right? Because some people are going to talk about, it's about money. Come on now. These people print the money. They're going into a paperless society where there'll be no trading of physical money at all. So at the end of the day, there's masters and servants. It's about power. So all this thing all these people now for the plebs, for the regular mercenaries and the nut jobs who just want to pay their rent out there and willing to sacrifice their own family for it, money is a tool to be used against them. But these people, it's not about the money for them, folks. They print the money. Why do you think Christ says, hey, whose inscription on that money? Render unto Caesar what Caesar's. See? If he come asking for his money, give it to him. But guess what? If you seek the kingdom of heaven and all this, his righteousness, everything is going to be given to you anyway, without having to sell yourself. So money is only a tool to be utilized for them to control others. They're not doing this for money. Not only are they doing this for power, they're doing this for self-preservation. They need to get a certain amount of that land in time, according to their belief systems, folks, in order to be able to conjure up the spirit at the very end of their Messiah to help them get off of the planet before judgment. How crazy that might sound, folks, that's the plan. But they must first achieve the land that was promised to Jacob through Abraham. Folks, they got entirely different beliefs than us. A matter of fact, Elder Lawya, that's where I'll go first. I'll go there first. Y'all don't understand what we're dealing with here. Hold on, let me get it real quick. Y'all don't know, y'all have no idea what we're up against. Let me see, I had it here. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. Let me show it here. To give you a mindset of what we're dealing with here, right? Our people who believe in the Bible, we understand good and evil from its simplest form, the way we should understand it, right? We look at good and measure good according to God's law. We look at evil as bad. Well, folks, these people, according to their religion, don't see it that way. You got the Yetzer Hatav and the Yetzer Hara, according to the Jewish understanding of good and evil. The nature of good and evil, a Jewish perspective. See, if we understood how they viewed good and or evil, we would be careful when trusting what comes from their authoritative media. Because what? We'll trust what they bring forth, believing they have what? It would be unconscionable for them to actually think of harming someone. Why would they trick someone? Why would they do this? Because we wouldn't do anything like that if we were in position, right? But you got to understand their perspectives. Like, for instance, if I don't do anything to you personally, but convince you to do something that harms you, I'm innocent, according to their perspective, because they didn't actually do it. You were dumb enough to listen. See? So let me show you. I'm going to give you some examples. The nature of good and evil, a Jewish perspective. You have let's go to the first one, the Yetzer Hatav and the Yetzer Hara. Judaism recognizes two inclinations within humans. The Yetzer Hatav, a good inclination. Yetzer Hara is an evil inclination. These are not seen as external forces, but internal drives that humans must balance and control. So if you have the craft, or have exercised yourself in the occult craft, you don't see good and evil as anything more than what? A means to control people. Right? And understanding this perspective, you'll know you can see the entertainment business, the rap music and all this, and start understanding how they view when our people act a fool in their business. Even if they give you the access to do so, folks, they're without fault according to their religion. See? They're just utilizing the good or the evil that's entrusted or assigned to them for any objective they would like. Because what? It's a contract. They didn't force anyone to sign anything. These are not seen as external forces, but internal drives that humans must balance and control. Reference from the Talmud, the Rawchaa 61a. A person has two inclinations, a good and one evil. Free will. Listen to this. Central to Jewish thought is the concept of free will. Humans have the ability to choose between good or evil. True. I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses, therefore choose life. Now, what they're saying here is correct. But if they perfect the craft of psychology, now it's not just free will, it's looking at what your inclinations are and using that inclination, good or evil, for whatever their objectives are. See? It's not correcting you when I'm seeing you doing wrong or doing bad. No. How can I use that wrong to benefit an objective or need in my life? But in our religion, or if you want to call it that, our belief systems, we see something wrong, we seek to correct it. So you wonder why they see all this evil and no one is standing up together and saying, you know what? We need to do something together against this. Listen to this. Check out their understanding of the origin of evil. Judaism does not have a concept of original sin. Evil is seen as a result of human choice, not an inherent condition. Sin crouches at the door, but its desire is toward you. Yet you can be its master. So what does this mean? If you sin, then you're turned over to a master that can use you for their will, like Cain was. That's how they see our people doing evil. See? Oh, hey, you're doing sin, so I'm not at fault for using you. See? I didn't make you shoot each other. I just gave you the facilities, the microphone, and the vocal booth to tell everybody else about how you like to gang bang and do whatever you like to do. See? So I can benefit from it. See? So you got to understand the religion or the perspective, the religious view of the people we're interacting with, so you'll understand how to navigate or interact with them, because in this earth, we cannot ignore their existence. That's any race of people, but you must understand their perspectives. See? You have to be wise. Christ knew how they operated with their traditions and how they used their oral law to actually undermine the true righteousness of God's law. Christ seen it back then. But he knew how to interact with them. Right? There's no way these guys are going to come up with a plan and Christ and the disciples are going to say, you know what? Yeah, we'll do that to help us and our family. You have to understand their perspectives. You have to know what their objectives are. See that? And it's our position as teachers, saints of the Almighty, to open your eyes. Our people have been walking through this earth blind, trusting these people, it's straight occult ideology they control the world with. Oh yeah, why don't you give your child this or give your child that? And you sitting there looking at these people, don't even understand their worldview, their religious view. Like, I don't know you from a can of lucite. And you're gonna put on a white jacket and tell me what's good for me? Nah, a matter of fact, you say, well, what's in it? If you're gonna suggest something for me and my family, you must first tell me what's in it. Now, folks, is that a fair question? It sounds fair to me. If you're telling me for me to trust my child and the livelihood of my child based on what's coming out of your mouth, you can at least give me the courtesy to tell me what's in it. But our people sitting there as simple as the day is old. Oh, yeah, well, okay, doc. All right. Yeah, what do you say, doc? And the next thing you know, you at church, legs shaking, crawling up to the pulpit, talking about you need prayer. Oh yeah, I got gout and rheumatism kicking in, and my thyroid is broke. We're gonna pray for you, but why let these sickos tell you to get something that was gonna harm you later? You have to understand how these people view things. They'll sit there and break and just harm you and just look at you and just be like, hey, that's deep. Hey, yeah, doc. A woman come to the doctor office. Yeah, doc, I'm growing a third breast. What's going on over here? Oh yeah, I think we got a pill for that too. Oh, doc, what's going on here? And they sitting there looking at you. The answer is somebody try to trick you into doing something that they claim is good for you. You have to ask them serious questions. What's in it? That's it. And they ask you, and then if they start getting all antsy and upset that you ask them, listen, no thank you. No thank you. I don't know what boat you came off of. But you're not going to sit in my face and tell me that something is good for my family that you don't even know what's in it. No, thank you. Give me the excerpt. Give me the paperwork and whatever you're talking about. Let me look at it. And guess what? I got Google. I'm going to type in everything that's on this sheet and see whether or not that anyone is going to live after this. Okay? Is that good? So, Elder Lawya, let's see, what is Netanyahu and others, while they're doing this Somali thing of the United States, what have they distracted the world from? Let's go to the promises of Abraham real quick.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 15, verse number, I'll go to chapter 12, but then jump back to chapter 15.
Okay,
so
let's
Genesis chapter, yes, sir. Genesis chapter 12, and let's go to verse number 7.
Yes, sir.
And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, in fact, let's start at verse 6.
Okay.
And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh.
Where you at? What verse, chapter?
Genesis 12 and 6.
Okay.
And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, unto thy seed will I give this land. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. Verse number 8, and he removed from thence unto the mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east, and there he builded an altar unto the Lord. Jump into chapter.
Now let's see the land that the Most High would promise God's people. Let's go.
Chapter 15, verse 18. And the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying.
15 and 18, right?
Yes, sir.
So here's the agreement. Let's read it.
And the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
From the river of Egypt to the great river Euphrates. Right? Let me show you this. All right? Read it again. From what?
From the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Unto the great river, the river Euphrates, right? Let me pull it up so y'all can see it. Here, brothers and sisters, what I'm reading right now is what Elder Lawya is reading, is the original areas that was promised to our father Abraham. Right? Now, as you can see, all of this from the tongue of Egypt, parts of Egypt, all the way from Syria, even into the different parts of near Turkey and all of that, all the way around, all of this land. Look at that, Iraq, parts of Iraq, not all of Iraq, but parts of Iraq. All of this is the promised land that was promised to the 12 tribes of Israel. And it's no coincidence that over in the Middle East, the war in the Middle East right now is Edomites trying to conquer, to gain physically what the Most High promised our people. So they're trying to do what? They're making this a self-fulfilled prophecy with them not being the main character. They converted into Judaism, and now they're just going to give themselves God's promise through warfare and bloodshed. So I don't know how Christians could ever fall for this, supporting Israel since 1948. People who had a history right before that and were doing all types of things in the areas they were from to get the lands that they conquered before Israel. How can Christians look at some people in Europe and say, yeah, let's get behind God's people going into Israel when they already are living in Eastern Europe? They already have a place to stay. And not only that, how can Christians, Luke 1:68 real quick. This promise in of itself can only be fulfilled through Christ. And these people who are bombing and killing people don't even believe in Christ.
That's right.
And you got some simple Christians out there coming back trying, I've been to the land and they treated me good. A thousand what? Brown nosers. Coming back, oh yeah, we got a free trip to Israel, man, the land of milk and honey. Simple as the days old. To propagandize the rest of the ignorant people in America into supporting death and destruction. Elder Lawya, if you will, let's go to Luke 1:68.
Yes, sir. St. Luke 1:68.
Okay, let me grab it here. So those people are Gentiles, folks. And thank you all for all your support. And please hit the like button if you will, because we're going to unpack some good stuff up in here. Luke 1:68. Read it.
Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he have visited and redeemed his people.
He has visited and redeemed his people, not some converts who took down Jerusalem and scattered and sold God's people into captivity. And guess what? And that's the hypocrisy of Christians. Hypocrisy. How can you support the land of Israel and not care who God's people are, the physical people? And can care less about supporting the true lost tribes of Israel? If you're going to support Israel, you must first find out who are the Israelites. And then they'll lie to these Christians who don't know the Bible. Well, the church is the new Israel. Well, shouldn't you give the money to the church and not the state of Israel then? If the church is Israel, why are you supporting the newfound state out of America or colony out of America in the Middle East? Just give the money to the church if the church is Israel. See, but what I'm saying makes too much sense, doesn't it? It's logical. '69, let's read it.
And have raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David.
That's Christ. Read.
As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began.
Come on.
That we should be saved from our enemies, from the hand of all that hate us.
That we should be saved from our enemies, speaking of God's people, and from the hand of all those that hate us. These simple Christians are supporting the people who've enslaved us. The people that Christ says that he needs to save us from, the people who destroyed Jerusalem and trafficked our people throughout the earth, which led to the chattel slavery. They played a Jedi mind trick on the whole earth and had the whole earth hate God's people, only to love the people who have been destroying and still are destroying God's people. That's what Christ said. When we get the land, we will be saved from our enemies. When we get the land, we're not going to need another country's military and finances and taxes to prop us up and support us. Oh, they're the only ally in the Middle East. If God is with you, you don't need money from the United States to survive. See? If God ordained you be in that land, there'll be no need for war. You don't need another country propping you up if you're God's people. To perform what?
To perform the mercy promised to our fathers, and to redeem his holy covenant, the oath which he sware unto our father Abraham, that he would grant unto us that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all the days of our life.
All the days of our life. That's the promise of a king born who will one day deliver his people into that same land that was promised. Esau is trying to take the land by force with the sword, believing that our God slighted him, giving the promise to Jacob, our father, over him. So Esau feels entitled to this land. So that's why he thinks he's justified in what he's doing in the Middle East. Okay. Someone says, you want to know about the Ethiopian? I don't know why when we talk about Israelites, people go into Ethiopians are Cushites. I would rather more so focus on the people of Israel. If you're talking about black people, right? Because don't forget, Moses was a black man. You would rather focus on him, the woman he married, the Ethiopian. Okay? And there's nothing against Ethiopians, but they're not of the bloodline of Israel. Well, the original Ethiopians, let me make it clear. Because you got the diaspora, you got those who've dispersed in our people took certain areas like southern parts of Ethiopia. Once we were dispersed there, after the fall of Jerusalem. So we do have communities there, like we have communities in the United States. We live amongst ourselves like we did during slavery and all that, like we do in our hubs in the inner cities today. But all in all, Ethiopians are Cushites. The reason why every time we talk about black Jews, white Jewish people pull Ethiopians out of their orifices is because according to the Talmud and certain scriptures out of the Bible, the Ethiopians were born to serve the Jews. So if they was going to have some black people come into the new land of Israel, made this colony from the United States, they was going to have Ethiopians come in because Ethiopians were born to be workers for them according to their religion. So anytime they talk about black Jews, immediately a white Jew say, yeah, those Ethiopians. Without giving what? Details or insight to why they always relate to Ethiopians and not our people. Because when they got in Israel, they needed a permanent service class for them in close proximity. And they use the scriptures to claim that we would just use these Ethiopians because the Ethiopians were born to serve our Jewish children. See, we don't got to get slaves from another place anymore. We'll just go to Ethiopia and say, hey, you want to come back? Not telling these Ethiopians, according to their religion, they're coming over the border to serve white Jews. See how it works? That's why they pull Ethiopia out of their orifices anytime we talk about black Jews. Black Jews have nothing to do with Ethiopia. It's a political game for them when they mention Ethiopia, because according to their Talmud and according to the scriptures they use out of context, the Ethiopians were born to serve the Jews. See? And not only that, it's a game of misdirection for them. See? Instead of admitting the obvious that the blacks who came over here to the Americas are from the tribe of Judah, they'll take you into all these roundabout conversations that lead anywhere except what we're stating in the current conversation. And how they do that is intentional also. All right? Now, in a couple of seconds, I'm about to go into how even Japheth now is picking up on the colony of Israel and what their true intentions are there over in the Middle East, while they have everyone distracted over here. Okay? Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to say. Under that particular belief system concerning good and evil that I discussed earlier with you all. Let me pull it up. If I still have it anywhere, let's see. No, I could have. Yeah, under that belief system, how they see good and evil differently, as more so a tool, right? Them being the master craftsmen or sages. The utilization of good and evil is a tool to be used for their progression. Like, for instance, if you're trying to destroy your people, then you will promote the immorality against that people. That means when that people, like for instance, just say our people, the children of Israel, we begin to understand that we're God's people and begin to follow the Sabbath, leave Sunday pagan church and all of that. Right? Now they can turn up the sin and finance the radicalized occult demons in their community and begin to promote sin to a certain height to actually balance out the good that we are achieving in the earth, to balance it out. So you will see LGBTQ trans bathrooms folks, all of that stuff, they don't care about that. It's about the balance between good and evil when our people begin to wake up. When God's people start to wake up, they turn up the sin. They finance LGBTQ and all this other stuff and put them in our schools and radicalize our children, and they turn it all the way up on 10. As soon as we're so confused in the world based on all the confusion, right, and are distracted from the Most High, they turn it back down. Like you see under Trump. That's how they control populations. Every time our people begin to unify and come together and follow God and resonate with each other righteously and stop fighting one another, they turn it all the way up. They turn up the sin. They say, okay, let's finance the nut jobs. Give them a few $100,000, give them a nonprofit, tell them to go inside the community and take some sex toys with them. Okay? Get some sex toys. Just go. Put them in the community. Put these nut jobs, these goth people with black lipstick and septum rings. Let's give them a whole apartment and prop them right next to black people. Okay? That's what it is. That's what this is all about. It's reading when it talks about the controlling between good and evil. The Yetzer Hatav and the Yetzer Hara. How they control the populations by using evil at its will, using psychology, as a balancer of control against society. They don't see good and evil the way we see it. They don't see evil as something that they should help correct with God's law. They're like, no, that evil is in you anyway. You made a choice to do evil. So how can I benefit from that? See, I'm not seeking to correct because your evil isn't affecting me. See, that's how they see it. I got my own community. I don't live amongst you. So it's not affecting me negatively. I'm telling my children about you, your inherent nature of sin, and warn them. I'm going to teach them in the synagogues about you. So I'm not looking to correct your evil, even though I'm the people of the law. See, that we're just looking to benefit from your ignorance and cash in on your sin. See how it works? All right, Elder Lawya, what we're going to do now, I got a few more things I wanted to go into, where Amalek is actually dropping what they're truly doing over in the Middle East. Right? Let me see.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Hey, Gaja, you said left, right. What do you mean by that? He said left, right illusion. I'll bring you in one moment, Gaja. So we about to go into Amalek because Amalek, he's late to the party. But now they figured out that promised land, what they're doing over there in the Middle East, is an actual plan. Like I mentioned earlier, Elder Lawya, see that? What he gave Abraham. Most people don't know why these Europeans are over in the Middle East. The Gentiles, why they're there. They trick Christians into believing that they're over there under a God's promise based on these white Edomites. They trick people into believing that they were Israelites. So Christians think that it's their duty to support these Gentiles. All right? When really, old Japheth, the Asians are Japheth, not white people. Japheth is about to break down what's really going on. He's late to the party. Some things he have incorrect. But this new Greater Israel project is why they're truly in the land of Israel right now, seeking to go to war with Iran. And guess what? Why they must go to war with Iran? I need y'all to look right here. See right here? All this from Iraq, it goes into a slither of Iran that they feel belongs to them too. Okay, so hold tight, and we're going to start off with Japheth. He's late to the party, but it's better late than never. We'll be right back.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Okay. Jumping right in. Thank you all. And again, we are taking enrollments for the Hebrew and Bible Academy for those who missed it. We've already finished 4 weeks, but we have 2 full months. So if you're interested, you go to historytimes.org. We'll fill you in with all the news, Hebrew, and the lessons you've missed up until this time to get you ready for week 5. Ishmael's Islam, Satan's secret weapon. Okay? Islam is Satan's weapon against God's people. And we're going to talk about a lot in Islam that you didn't know truly exists. Hence the reason why they finance Arabs, Islam, Somalis, and all of that to bring them over in America against us. Again, we're not down with no black or brown coalition. We don't want to hear that garbage term, people of color, anymore. Because what? You're muddying the waters. If you're going to talk about any black people here in America, you talk about the people who have been enslaved and have suffered oppression since America's inception. We don't want to hear nothing about any black or brown people. There have never been a black or brown coalition. We don't want to hear that garbage. When I go into the Middle East or I've traveled into other countries, they don't know nothing about no black or brown coalition. Okay? What's theirs belongs to them. And they're asking what they can get from me. There's no place I can go and get on the system outside of America. The coalition was made so that they didn't have to address the oppression against the tribe of Judah here. Our people is crazy sitting there with some Arabs or Somalis talking about a black and brown coalition. Can't you see you're being played? No, you get your coalition back to where you come from. Okay? That's what folks, can't you see what they're doing? That's straight disrespect. Not that other people shouldn't be cared for, but what you're not going to do is pile on us as if we haven't suffered under the hands of oppression here. and try to talk about other people so that you can have the world ignore how you've always destroyed God's people. So we got to stop this stuff. We be repeating their talking points with this people of color garbage. What the hell is that? So let Amalek drop it on you. Like I said earlier, he's a little late to the party. Again, if y'all want to be in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, we're breaking down Ishmael this week. You don't want to miss it. And we do have some giveaways for those who are in the academy. So the brother from Judah Clothing sent me a whole box of stuff that I'm going to show off this Sunday. So we're going to be just sending all that stuff, sweaters, hoodies, all of that to you to show our appreciation. So go to historytimes.org to enroll. We're keeping enrollments open, and there's nothing like the news in the academy, and the lessons are second to none. All right, Japheth. Japheth late to the party, but he's going to drop it now. They're figuring it out.
The Promised Land. This is the Greater Israel Project. Okay, this is what Yahweh promised to Abraham in the Bible.
Okay, again, I'm going to correct them as we go. The Most High name isn't Yahweh. Okay? He's getting close. At least he put Buddha down. The Most High's name is Ahia. It's not the Tetragrammaton. All right? So let's go.
The Promised Land. This is the Greater Israel Project. Okay? This is what Yahweh promised to Abraham in the Bible. As you can see, it's pretty huge. It's the entire Middle East. It extends from the Nile to the Euphrates in Iraq, okay? It's a huge area. And if you say the Israelis are want to achieve the Greater Israel Project, they call you a conspiracy theorist. Like, we don't want that, okay? But explain two things to me. First of all, why is the Greater Israel map on a chevron of an IDF soldier, okay? These are soldiers.
Great point. The IDF, the Israeli government soldiers, have what? The Greater Israel symbol on the shoulder of their uniforms. Y'all see that? So the Greater Israel that we see here, that was promised through Abraham, that was promised to our people, the lost sheep of Israel, not Edomite Europeans. If they're not trying to self-fulfill this prophecy, and Japheth made a good point, why do they have the Greater Israel map? See? Let me get it. Why is it right here? I'm going to get that later. Hold on. Why is it that the Greater Israel map, why is that on the lapel of the soldier? Look at this. What was promised to Abraham? And look at their true initiative, what they're trying to do. So they have a military in place to fulfill the prophecy. Even though these are who again? These are Gentiles, brothers and sisters. These are Gentile people. They're not the original people of Israel. Right? They are Gentiles. Some people out there erroneously are calling these Edomites, these people, Japheth. It's not their fault. Their teachers didn't know. A lot of these Hebrews, they'll go to Ashkenazi and say they're Ashkenazi, and because Ashkenazi was a son of Japheth, but they're using geography of Europe to say that the white Jews are Ashkenazi, not realizing that the sons of Esau has always what? Assimilated into any country he conquered. That's what he does. He take on the names of the people to hide his true origin. So yes, Esau end up becoming Ashkenazi when he went into Europe. But he's not of the original Europeans. The same way you can't say that Esau is the indigenous people of America just because they were here hundreds of years. But now, instead of them being the people they came from, the eras they came from, they're just called Americans now. So you got a lot of Israelites who say that white people are Japheth. Show me in the scriptures where Japheth would be ruling the world at the very end. Go. But here's Japheth right here. Like I told you, he's late to the party, but he's on to something here. That the army is accomplishing this. This is why Palestinians are being moved out of the way. This is why Somaliland is going on. This is why they put a dam in Ethiopia so they can drown out the Nile River that will eventually starve out Egypt. Because they're seeking to take the land that was promised to Abraham through bloodshed. Why must they do it through bloodshed? Because they're not the people who would receive it under Christ through promise. See?
Israeli soldiers, and they wear the insignia of the Greater Israel Project. Okay, this is the map. Also, if you look at the flag of Israel, there are two blue lines, right? These represent rivers, the Nile and the Euphrates. All right? So if it's a conspiracy theory, then how do you explain these two things? All right, but I want to argue to, you know what? Pax Judaica, it's not about Israel or the Greater Israel Project. What it is ultimately is an alliance of transnational capital, multinationals like Google and Meta, and intelligence agencies that will be based in Jerusalem, okay? So secret societies will be based in Jerusalem, and they will use it as a headquarters for their global conspiracy. But and they will profit from chaos and conflict in around.
So Japheth says right here that through the intelligence agencies, they will profit from chaos and conflict around the world. Chaos is profitable. When you knock something down, you must go to the banks to get finances to build it back up. See how it works? So there's order through chaos.
On the world, because they think that this is the culmination of a prophecy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Jews will be in charge. Okay, does that make sense, guys? Okay, so it's a much more complicated idea than people think it is.
So now he's right on. He says, don't fall into the trap of believing that Jews will be in charge. Folks, there's many families of Esau. Every one of Esau's family plays a part in the world domination. Okay? The main political hub for all of this is the Vatican. So when he stated, it isn't that Jews going to run the world, get out of that. You don't understand the full plan unless you understand Esau's objective. Because Esau will be anything he wants to be in order to fulfill the objective. If it's being a Jew and it gets me in a place to fulfill the objective of the Greater Israel Project, then I'll be a Jew. If it's to be a Christian, they'll be a Christian. See? A Buddhist, they'll be a Buddhist. An atheist, it doesn't matter. They're the invisible man. They can be anything they want to be because no one knows who they really are. See? Whatever they need to be to what? To fulfill the objective of their father Edom, which is the promised land, is what they'll become. And see, and that's why our lesson, who's Edom, the way the Most High had us put that together, is profound. Because once you know their true objective, You don't just try to claim that all Jews are this and all Christians are that. You look how they move according to the objective. And now they can't deceive you into believing anything when it comes to righteous morality. Okay? When it comes to a reason outside of personal interest. They'll never do anything for you if it isn't a benefit for them. Look at these crazed nut jobs running around in front of ICE trucks talking about, getting in the way of deportations. Right? They're not doing this because they care about these people. You're taking away their sex slaves. You're taking away their nonprofit money. They don't care about those Somalis. So understand what you're dealing with here.
All right. So where do we get this stupid idea from? Okay, it actually starts with Isaac Newton. So Isaac Newton, you learn about him in physics class. You learn that he's the founder of calculus. You learn about Newtonian mechanics. Okay, but actually these are just side projects of his. That was not his that was not his focus. He spent most of his life focusing on reading the Bible to understand the grand plan of God. And he wrote a book called Observations upon the Prophecy of Daniel and the Apocalypse of St. John, okay? That's where his focus was. And he believed he found the Bible code. And he was a member of secret societies. He was a member of the British elite. And if someone like Isaac Newton is telling you, like, this is what the Bible says, and this guy who found a calculus and who developed the 3 laws of motion, you'll probably believe him, okay? But the guy was insane. All right, so what he did was he's looked at certain sections of the Bible and put them together into a story about, okay? And so this is Ezekiel 37. And so Ezekiel 37 says that the Lord God tells the prophet Ezekiel that, yes,
fair use.
I've scattered the people of Israel, but now I bring them back together, and then I will make your nation great.
All right, Japheth, hold on for one moment. Fair use for educational purposes only and prophecy. Now, Japheth is on to something, but we're going to bring an element into this that this guy don't understand, okay? We're about to bring an element, but guess what? I love where he's going. He's on the trail. He is definitely on the trail here, all right? But we're going to show you something based on Isaac Newton that he didn't research, that brings it around to what's going on here in America, okay?
I will make flowers bloom. I will make your city prosperous, okay? And this is all in the Bible. Ezekiel 38 says that eventually there'll be a war of Gog and Magog, when Gog and Magog will come invade Israel, but God will come and defend Israel, and he will destroy Gog and Magog. And if you read the Bible, we don't have time to read the Bible, but it's really violent language. So the Israelis believe that for heaven to come, there first must be hell on earth. All right, so Newton's plan to force second coming, okay? And this becomes the basis of Freemasonry, right? Freemasons were really invented in order to promote the second coming plan. The Freemasons were first in England, but then where did they go? They went to America. Many of the founding fathers of America, including Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, were Freemasons. So America was founded in many ways to achieve this plan. Okay? So what's the plan?
He's right on point. One of the reasons America was created politically from the Vatican was to achieve this objective at the very end. He's correct. America is made out of 3 of the 10 horns: Spain, France, and Great Britain. The objective is to now have what? A fall guy in the West that can take the blame for everything so that all power can go back to Rome unscathed. So America became the proxy that they would utilize at the very end for Satan's plan with his sons, the Edomites?
Plan. Well, you have to first reconstitute the nation of Israel and make it prosper, okay? It's really important that it becomes very wealthy. And in fact, Israel is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. You have to have the Jewish diaspora return to Israel. That means you promote prosperity, but you also have to promote a Jewish conspiracy. So while you're letting the Jews get rich in the West, you're also promoting the idea that the Jews control the world. Okay, it's all part of this plan.
Jews don't control the world. Edomites control the world. All right? Let's put that out there. Everyone has their part. Okay? We're in the body of Christ, and Esau has many families in the body of Satan. Okay? So Jews don't run the world. Edomites run the world. Okay?
You have to rebuild Solomon's temple. You have to have the war of Gog and Magog. You have to have the Antichrist. You have to have Armageddon, okay? And this will force Jesus to return and usher in the millennium age. Okay? Does that make...
See, now this guy is also convinced. He's also been convinced by Jesuit ideology. Anyone who've been in our academies and others would know that everything he's just mentioned came from the theology and the philosophy of this demon right here I'm about to show you, Ignatius Loyola. Ignatius Loyola and Francisco Ribera came up with that new age prophecy of the second coming. Okay? They came up with that prophecy that there'll be a new temple built in Jerusalem. Right? In the 1500s, the late 1500s, they came up with that. So instead of us looking at Matthew 24, we'll be looking for prophecies that can justify witnessing Gentile Edomites in the land instead of God's people. So they would create a prophecy for us to look for concerning Christ's coming, and they'll fulfill that by going there themselves. Okay? So he said the Jews will build a temple in Jerusalem. All of these came from who? The Jesuits. See? All right. And the Antichrist, the one Antichrist who would come that was also an ideology that was created through who? That was created through this demon here, Ignatius Loyola, the father of the Jesuits. When you hear apologetics, he's the father of those demons. Okay? Ignatius Loyola would be considered, he would be the father of what we would call today Central Intelligence. The Dark Knights of Rome. Okay? To keep what? To keep society within the guardrails of control by the Vatican. So they'll be in everything. They'll be in music. They'll be in entertainment. They'll be everywhere. They'll be in theology. They'll be over Christians. They'll be over Muslims. They'll become Muslims. Okay? But they all have a united secret oath. What is that oath? You know I got it right here. You know I have the oath right here. Uh-huh. I have the oath right here of what they promised years ago to accomplish for their daddy Satan. Okay? The oath of secrecy of the Jesuits. When you look at the college Ignatius Loyola, the college where the apologetics come out of, that have this certain theology from the Vatican. Or you notice it's two groups they'll never go against: the Catholic Church or Jewish people. You notice that. Now, why would you be down with people who go to synagogues and are anti-Christ against the Christ you serve? Think about that, folks. Why you don't speak against Judaism being an apologetic? Because they know the Vatican and the modern day Judaism has the same Edomite objective. They are children of Satan. And they will put over our people to control and or to destroy us. So we don't need them in our mix. We don't need them in theology. We don't need them telling us anything about God's word, because we have their secret oaths that they made amongst themselves before they started walking and coming all up in our community, getting all up in our mix. Here is their secret oath. AB. Now in the presence of the Almighty God, the Blessed Virgin Mary. Now you notice they worship Mary over everything, folks. The Blessed Michael, the Archangel, the Blessed Saint John the Baptist, the Holy Apostle Saint Peter and Saint Paul. They don't believe in Saint Peter. At Saint Peter's Basilica over there in Rome, that's a statue of Jupiter that they dragged out of the temple of the pagans when they integrated Christianity with their pagan Roman religion. So when you go to St. Peter's Basilica over there in Italy, folks, the history of that's Jupiter. And saints in secret hosts of heaven. Here's their oath, folks. And to you, my ghostly father. These people are crazy. Do declare from my heart without mental reservation that His Holiness Pope Urban is Christ's vicar. They're saying that the Pope is Christ on earth, folks. Vicar General, and is the true only head of the Catholic or Universal Church throughout the earth. Folks, that's the true one world order. Universal means one, universal. And that by the virtue of the keys of binding and loosing given to His Holiness, by my Savior, Jesus Christ, they don't believe in Christ either. These are demons, folks. He have power to dispose heretical kings, princes, states, commonwealths, and governments, all being illegal without His sacred confirmation. Listen to this oath, folks. And that they may safely be destroyed. Therefore, to the utmost of my power, here's their oath, folks, I shall and will defend this doctrine and His Holiness, rights and customs against all usurpers of the heretical or Protestant authority whatsoever, against the now pretended authority of the Church of England. And don't forget, folks, that was us. We were the blacks over the original Church of England that the Jesuits made an oath against. We are the original Protestants. King James was a black man. So they made an oath to destroy us. And all the inherents in regard that they and she be usurper or heretical, opposing the sacred mother church of Rome. I do renounce and disown any allowance as due to any heretical king, prince, or state named Protestant, or obedience to any of their inferior magistrates or officers. I do further declare that the doctrine of the Church of England, of the Calvinists, Huguenots, and of the other of the name of Protestants to be damnable, and they themselves are damned, and to be damned, that will not forsake the same. I do further declare that I will help, assist, and advise all or any of His Holiness agents, folks, Jesuits, in any place wherever I shall be, in England, Scotland, Ireland, or any other territory or kingdom I shall come to. America, anyone? And do my utmost to extirpate the heretical Protestants' doctrine. So they'll be all up in our mix trying to control the children of Israel's doctrine. See? And to destroy all their pretended powers, regal or otherwise. I do further promise and declare that notwithstanding, I am dispensed with to assume any religion. Listen to this, elder. They will convert to any religion, folks. So when it's convenient, they'll be Jews. When it's convenient, they'll be Christians. See, you have to know their objective, folks. I am dispensed with to assume any religion heretical, listen to this, for the propagation of the mother's church interest. Listen to this. To keep secret and private all her agents' counsels from time to time, as they entrust me, and not to divulge directly or indirectly by word, writing, circumstance whatsoever, but to execute all that shall be proposed. Listen to this, folks. Given in charge or discovered unto me by you, my ghostly father, or any of this sacred covenant, all which I, A.B., do swear by the blessed Trinity, which is some crazy stuff, and blessed sacrament, which I am now to receive, to perform on mine own part, to keep inviolably, and do call all the heavenly and glorious hosts of heaven to witness these my real intentions, to keep this my oath. In testimony thereof, I take the most holy and blessed sacrament of the Eucharist, and witness the same Father my hand and seal in the face of the holy covenant. And so they, check it out, they must sign when they make this oath. They put the date they sign it. They put the date they sign it on there. So they make an oath to secretly dismantle any doctrine that would come against the Catholic Church. The secret instructions of the Jesuits. And guess what? Yeah, I'll be going into that this coming Friday, right? 1 second, Elder Lawyer. So again, when these people make an oath, brothers and sisters, you have to understand their objectives. Hold on, Elder Lawyer. There it is. There it is. Now, one other thing I want to pull out real quick. Check this out. This is crazy. This is crazy. I need y'all to check this out. This is crazy, folks. I'm going to go over a few of these. Of the oath. Right? I'm going to go over a few of these crazy oaths they made amongst themselves. Check out some of these oaths, right? Check out. Now, these are Christians who are making secret oaths. Listen to this. homicide. Okay. It is lawful to kill in defense of ourselves or another. See, but that's subjective, right? They determine what that is. Or in defense of our property or honor. You may unalive beforehand any person who may put you to death, not accepting the judge and the witnesses because it is self-defense. So that means you believe someone threatens your future. And you can get in front of that death justifiably by getting rid of them. Right? So they haven't done anything to you, but the prophecies say that one day they'll judge you. So if you can trick them into offering themselves, then it's justified under the oath. Okay? Check this out. Another oath. If an adulterous priest, even aware of his danger, having visited an adulteress, is assailed by her husband, kills the man in his own defense, it is not criminal. Right? Check out some of these wild oaths that they have. They have an entirely different lines of moral codes than what we read of in the Bible. And these Jesuits, anything goes and they can justify it through their oath. The same thing when it comes to Talmudists. On and on and on, when you read through this, it is crazy. Listen, another oath. Well, it is lawful to unalive an accuser whose testimony may jeopardize your life and honor. So this accuser can be right, but if what he's saying can destroy your livelihood, it's justified that you get rid of this person. Hey, what about these laws, statutes, and commandments, lawyer? You down with some of these? These people are crazy. Man, I'm going over a few of these this coming Friday. I'm gonna keep it up so I can go over these Friday. So and why am I doing this, folks? I'm doing this, brothers and sisters, so that we are like Christ, wise as serpents, harmless as doves. The majority of our downfall as a people is that we listen to these people not understanding their end game. What is their objectives? We can coexist with them without being influenced by them. Okay, our very existence is a threat to them based on the prophecies of our people rising one day above them. Understand that, folks. Understand that. So if they try to come with a theology or an understanding, no, we cool. Well, what do the Bible say here? No. I'm going to ask them right out, where are you from? Who's your father? And what is your objective? Because, listen, I can read this Bible by myself without and find out more by myself than having you interject. Anytime Esau interject with something, it goes haywire. Like, no, we good. Where you from? Who's your father? And what is your objective? Okay? Because I believe your father is the devil based on some of these readings that's coming from the Catholic Church and what I read in the Talmud. I believe that you Gentiles are trying to steal the land that belongs to us. See? So how can I trust you when it's in your best interest to make sure me or my family or my prodigy or my children, right, exist? If it's up to you, we would cease to exist. So why should I trust you? Get out of my face. I don't know if you went and made some secret oaths. I don't care if you're with the Church of Latter-day Saints. I don't care if you're a Jehovah's Witness. I don't care if you're a Seventh-day Adventist. Get out of my face. What is your objective? Because the majority of these teachers that have influenced our people come from one of these clandestine societies where they made an oath with Satan, a secret oath, and now they're coming and they're all up amongst us. For what? For what? You Gentiles are trying to steal a land that doesn't belong to you. Psalms 83, Elder.
Yes, sir.
Psalms 83.
Psalms 83, verse 1.
Hold on. Psalms 83. Verse 1. Read it.
Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones.
They have taken crafty counsel against God's people, and have consulted against us. We're the hidden ones. We're the hidden ones. They have hid our identity. They have hid our connection to the land of Israel intentionally. They have lied with false doctrines. They've hidden the truth, folks. It's not only them. They've conspired with the Arabs also in the Middle East. They have conspired with the historians within Egypt to try to claim that Israel never existed. They've all colluded. And they have said what? 4.
They have said, Come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
We will kill the ancient men and women, and will teach the children there's someone else. Make sure that the children of God don't remember a thing. We're going to cut them off from being a nation. A nation is a particular race of people. We're the only people running around the earth without an identity. What is black? And to some degree, and I see Tariq and all that, he's saying foundational black American. And you know what? From a political side of things, I see what he's doing. And I have no issue with it because it begins conversations. Because if we can delineate, right? Let's delineate then. But we must identify now. We've been delineating for a long time. We were telling people we're from the lost tribes of Israel. Right? And that we're separate from other people. We're God's people. God gave us a law. So I like where he's going politically because it begins the conversation where now people have to put their nation on the table. He says foundational black American. Okay, I can accept that over Negro or African American. All right. Okay, but who are those foundational black Americans? I say, according to God, the foundational black Americans here in America are from the tribes of Judah. What say you? And I also say that what? We weren't just in Judea alone. That our Caribbean brothers from Jamaica are from Benjamin. Our Haitian brothers from the Caribbean are from Levi. But I like the fact that the conversations are out there where we can start dividing to get answers. You put foundational black American, okay. politically, I can see how they undermine us with that African American thing, because when you go to Africa, it's made up of 54 different countries and all different types of races. That's not an identifying marker. Right? So that African American thing was a grift the whole time. Okay, we're not from Africa. We're from Jerusalem. Right? So yeah, foundational Black American. All right, let's put that on the table. But then let's find out, okay, the indigenous people that were here, that we came here with and became the Seminoles and warred against Esau, that was Judah joining with the Gadites that were over here. So that's why I'm sitting back and I love where it's going, because at the end of the day, folks, it's going to be what God said it is. Our people are going to take on the names that were given to our forefathers and was lost. And those names are coming back on God's people. So that's why I see the delineation and all that, what they're saying. I can understand what the Most High is doing. That's a pivot. That's a pivot. It's no different than Negro, Black, right? African American. But then it becomes politically savvy. And I like that foundational Black American conversation, because it has everyone shook right now. Okay. Something that, and I'm like, I like it, but eventually it's going to come to Judah. Right? Because politically, it's a good thing to put out there to have the conversation going. Not that I agree with everything someone says, but brothers and sisters, when I see people doing something, I see the bigger picture. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation. Come on, elder.
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
That the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Let me tell you, they'll have us call ourselves anything, but they'll never get on TV and say, you know what? You people the whole time have been the lost tribes of Israel. And I'll tell you, they'll even bullhorn publicly. Say, everybody talking about this. They'll say, okay, let's do foundational Black American. They'll bullhorn that to drown out the last thing the world wants to hear that's controlling this earth, is that the blacks that they've been enslaving for years are in fact the lost tribes of Israel. That changes everything, because now everything comes into question. Okay, so if these people of Israel who have been enslaved, not just by white Christians, but by white Jews also, why are we supporting some white Europeans over in the land claiming to be God's people? What is that about then? And then eventually we'll understand. That's Esau trying to steal Jacob's birthright that he sold. That's what it is. And according to the God of Canaan, there's an agreement that if they get a certain amount of the land under this crazy religion, that their sages are going to conjure up a spirit, which is, folks, their Messiah, to lead them into the cosmos. They will set their nest among the stars and rule from the stars. So they believe if they can self-fulfill and get this land, through that they'll also gain the technology to go into space. All right? Now, is it going to happen? Hell to the no. But are they trying it? Absolutely. That the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Read.
For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
They are confederate against our people. God is saying, don't trust them as far as you can throw them. Their confederacy is to keep Israel on the bottom God's chosen people, so that they can claim the land. So that they can claim the land, folks. Who is it? Let's read it.
The tabernacles of Edom.
The tabernacles of Edom. Read.
And the Ishmaelites.
And the Ishmaelites.
Of Moab.
Come on.
And the Hagarenes.
And the Hagarenes. Read.
Gebal and Ammon and Amalek.
And Amalek, the families we see over there today. Read.
The Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre.
So all of these Gentiles conspired together to overthrow our people in 70 AD. So that's why the Most High is allowing Esau to ravish them at the Gaza Strip now. Because what? They're being double-crossed. Esau never had a plan to share that land with any of the Gentile nations who were there before him. They all came together and overthrew us in Jerusalem, which led to our captivity, which led to us losing our name, our God, our purpose. And now we're witnessing the big payback. The Most High has Esau there. Wreck and shop. Esau think he's there for a purpose. That will one day have him what? Escape the prophecy of him serving Jacob. It's a race of time for him. But in order for him to actually get the land for this Messiah to come that they're looking for, it's an exchange for blood. He must sacrifice all the people he's in a confederacy with. That's what we're witnessing at the Gaza Strip, Somaliland, and all of that. And it's not going to stop there. Even with what's about to happen with Iran. That's their plan, folks. The greater Israel. Satan is not going to fulfill his portion with them until they accomplish colonizing or taking all the borders that was promised to us by their God. And then they'll have their Messiah. Crazy as heck. What they say, let's go down. And you notice the two at the top is Edom and Arabs. Esau over the modern day satanic pagan Christian church. And Ishmael, that's over the pagan satanic Islam. Working in tandem to make sure that our people never understand who our God is and who our people are. Why? Because once we're back with that God, these nations and the God they serve have no power over us. This is how God begins to free his people, by giving us back our nation, our purpose, and our Christ. And they said, what? Let's go down to the 12th verse. So if we can take the name from these people, we can also do what? Who said what?
Who said, let us take to ourselves the houses of God in possession.
Let's put them in captivity and have them serve us. When folks, all these nations, according to the prophecies, were born to serve us. And I'm not talking about captivity. I'm talking about serving a righteous servitude, how it was intended. So their power and existence is to keep us under servitude. Without our people on the bottom, folks, they have no authority. They have no power. So they must conspire continuously to keep us on the bottom. Therefore, we cannot trust in their political systems. Their system was constructed to keep us on the bottom. The only way out of this is how we got into it. We must serve the God who allowed these Gentiles to enslave us. We must come back to God's law and accept Christ and watch the tables turn. We're not to engage them politically. We're not to trust anything they're saying. We're not to go march with them. We're not to deal with them. We're to serve our God privately and come together in righteousness. And we'll see them on their way down as the Most High raise the children of Israel. So what's the plan now? While they got everyone looking at Somali. Well, check this out, Elder. Here we are in the last leg, and it's going to pop off. 2026 is going to be a doozy. Fair use for educational purposes only.
Drawing some troops from the Middle East bases. And this was first brought to us by Reuters this morning as the United States began withdrawing some of those personnel from key bases in the region as a precaution given to heighten regional tensions. That's according to a U.S. official who spoke with Reuters under the condition of anonymity. But this disclosure follows remarks by a senior Iranian official who told Reuters earlier on Wednesday that Tehran had warned neighbors hosting U.S. troops that it would hit American bases if Washington decided to strike. I'm going to put this up on your screen as well. And this is the site that we've seen. Some U.S. military personnel were told to leave those Middle Eastern bases, according to Fox News. And as the story is continuing to develop, we've also seen this. But
6 hours ago, Elder Lawya, the military people, brothers and sisters who are stationed over in Qatar, was told to leave the area. We've been telling people for years that don't focus on the Russian thing. Russia plays both sides. They're Edomites. We must focus on Iran. Right? And while they got everybody looking at these nut jobs running around, getting in front of ICE and all of this, this is what's going down. All right?
Hosting U.S. troops that it would hit American bases if Washington decided to strike. I'm going to put this up on your screen as well. And this is the site that we've seen. Some U.S. military personnel were told to leave those Middle Eastern bases, according to Fox News. And as the story is continuing to develop, we've also seen this put out there by the New York Post. Iran has since issued an assassination threat against President Trump, saying this time it will not miss the target.
Now, again, you have to take propaganda from the American side with a grain of salt.
Right.
So this is going to be the justification. Like I remember years ago, they was claiming that George W. went into the Persian Gulf because there was a threat on his father. So they're running that propaganda now. Right? Yeah, he went in there revenge because they threatened his father. And we were talking about that at the job as if we was in these secret meetings, not realizing that we were just repeating some garbage that was regurgitated over the airwaves. Man, hey, he shouldn't have threatened his father. We act like we sitting there in the Pentagon getting information. No, you're programmed into believing the propaganda. Okay, everybody in the hood was saying that, hey, man, listen, you go after my pops, it's going to be popping too. Listen, dude, we just repeat this stuff. Yeah, and getting arguments with it too. No, man. No, yeah, they went after his father. What would you do?
Right.
You know what I mean? While playing spades or something, man. Listen, hey. Yeah, that's politics, You go after the man's father and it's going to be what it's going to be. This is propaganda. But nonetheless, they're giving people talking points to justify getting behind what they're about to do. Right? Fair use.
So as we're discussing all of this as it's heating up there in that region, I want to now bring into the conversation with the Council on Foreign Relations, Maria Bentapi. Maria, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, this one here is reading from a teleprompter. Okay. Never had, an original idea outside of, again, whether or not she was going to put turkey or pork bacon on her breakfast sandwich. All right. They are reading off of teleprompters. They're making you believe that these are independent journalists with their own ideas. No. Okay. Here's another propagandist. They're programming Americans with the talking points that will justify you getting behind your patriotic sentiments behind them about to go into war. That's going to be the war of all wars. All right. When there's a declaration of war from America with Iran and Israel strike that country, it will never, don't even think about anything going back the way it used to be. Okay? Don't even think about it. Okay? Believe me, I've been in areas where you go to the malls in these certain areas when the threat is heightened, and you have people in the military walking through your malls like it's regular. It's a different world over there, folks. I went through the Suez Canal, and there's checkpoints from the Suez Canal over into different parts of the Sharm el-Sheikh, going through the Suez Canal from Egypt, where there's checkpoints in the middle of the desert, and there's military arms like that, you know, just stopping the bus, checking people on the bus. America isn't used to that type of lifestyle and understanding what that means. I've seen it. It's about to come here to America on spades. But now here are the people, the talking heads. They usually use women because women are what? The voice of a woman. Psychologists have already broke it down. It's more nurturing, more accepting, more innocent, and more trusting. So this woman right here going to come with some loser talking points that are going to make you believe that what they're about to do is okay. All right?
Thank you for having me, Christine.
So much to discuss here as the situation is still developing. But let's focus on the very basics. There may be folks who are not so familiar with the United States and their relations with Iran. Right now, what is happening that's causing this more recent sense of tension that we've seen there in the region between the two countries?
Well, there is a long history, obviously, of enemicity, of problems.
Come on, get it
out.
out.
States and Iran, but I want to bring everyone actually to the last stretch of it, which is basically the last 6 months. We have had already 6 months ago a U.S.
Okay, now I need y'all to check out. Look at her eyes. Get it out. She's reading from a script. Get it out, woman. We don't understand what you're saying.
U.S. military attack on Iranian nuclear site, followed by the failure, actually, of concluding a negotiation on a nuclear agreement. The Iranian government, the Iranian regime afterwards, after the 12 days war, actually failed in some way to bring back a good proposal for negotiation that was at least a proposal that could be acceptable to the United States. And this led also to a situation of stalemate. Everyone, after that attack, that U.S. military attack and the Israel attack on Iran, actually felt that war is going to come back precisely because diplomacy was not anymore an option. That being said, now we are at the point where the country, in Iran, there are like the most important maybe mobilization protest against the Iranian regime which we have ever seen, and a strong contestation against the Islamic Republic. So this is a time where potentially the United States is considering actually to undertake a kinetic military action to remove the Islamic Republic regime from Iran. Obviously, this comes and is connected with the news that you have given.
a kinetic military action to remove the regime from Iran. So what she's saying is exactly the bagging of a president like we witnessed in Venezuela. But folks, based on how the mountains are laid out geographically and how the cities are set up, they're not going to just be able to go in and bag a president. This is not Venezuela here. Now they would need to strike, right? But the Bible tell you what happens. Let me tell you. Iran been saving up all their munitions and all of their military and holding things tight strictly for when they're forced to go into this war. This is the only war they're preparing for. Okay? I'm just putting it out there according to the Bible. You see how Rome, America, is on every landmass to control its interest when it comes to warfare. Then you got one country that's not spread all over the place and have prepared themselves only for one impending war. And in this war, brothers and sisters, no one wins. This war was prophesied out of scriptures to break the world. Okay? To break the world. Nothing will ever be the same. Okay? We're talking about what? Blackouts. We're talking about EMP weaponry. We're talking about technology going down. We're talking a lot of stuff happening. Okay? We're talking a lot of stuff happening. But that's for a future class. We have time.
Which is the fact that the U.S. have announced that it will withdraw some of its troops from the military bases that are actually neighboring Iran. And these bases are actually in Gulf states, Arab Gulf states. And so this is a very worrying sign, because we know also from past history, from the history of last year, that when the U.S. give this warning to its personnel to withdraw from this military bases, it's maybe the sign of a potential imminent kinetic action happening on the Islamic Republic.
And there's so much to unfold. As again, you just mentioned.
Now, usually when these things goes down, especially Rome, the Romans is known as usually, because they deal with in these things, it's either the Ides of March. They usually go into these things at March, if not March, around September. Okay? For what you would call the Holy New Year. Usually something happens, it's in the Ides of March or September when it comes to them. They're very consistent on when the gods are aligned with them, the Romans, to actually win war. Historically, it's been the Ides of March or September. The new year, Rosh Hashanah of the Jews, is usually when they feel the gods are with them. Okay? That's how they've been operating for a long time.
This is the newest piece there, that the U.S. is withdrawing some of that personnel. And so, Maria, I have to ask you, we did get this report just a little while ago, about 20 or so minutes ago, from the Associated Press, saying that the U.S. envoy, Steve Witkoff, did meet with the exiled former crown prince of Iran. The White House officials did confirm that today, speaking under the condition of anonymity about that private meeting. But that official didn't provide any additional details. I have to ask you, when it comes to some of those conversations that are happening behind the scenes with the exiled former crown prince and U.S. officials, what sort of agreement are they trying to get, an understanding are they trying to work through at this time?
Sure. Well, the problem is that if there is really a seriousness from the United States to actually undertake a regime removal, there might be also a potential discussion on what comes next. And to a certain extent, the former crown, to a certain extent, there has been several opposition figures which have shown to be potentially proposing themselves as replacement. But here comes the point that...
Well, this is like chalk on a chalkboard. It's like they pulled her out of nowhere. They pulled her out of the. She just came out of the bathroom. I need you to read this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, what the U.S. might want.
About, this ain't my job. I clean the toilets. No, slide over here. Slide over here. You know, the person who was supposed to read the teleprompter is late. Okay, put a scarf around your neck. Go.
In Iran is not actually a long-term engagement, not engage at least into a reshaping of a new political scene. It might just want to have just another counterpart to actually have a good deal with whom a person, a counterpart or an entity with whom it will negotiate actually the end of Iranian enrichment and the end of the actually Iran being a threat or a perceived threat for Israel. So to this extent, these negotiations or these talks between Steve Witkoff and opposition figures can be understood in this framework. However, it's very important to understand that whether the U.S. actually considers to undertake military action, this could also backfire on the very goal of demolishing the Islamic Republic. And this is what we argue in our recent foreign affairs piece, which has been published last month. Iran and its Islamic Republic is obviously at its end this political project, not only in Iran, but also across the Middle East. However, if the United States undertake a kinetic action, this might potentially also revive some of the Iran allies across the region. We know that Iran has a lot of still military allies, for example, in Iran, in Iraq, with the paramilitaries who are allied with the Islamic Republic. And so this could unleash also a potential renewal power from this group. The same goes for Hezbollah in Lebanon. So therefore, a kinetic action in Iran could also potentially have a reaction of actually rallying around the flag, even those one within the regime.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Come on, lady, get it together.
Okay, the White House, President Trump is back in D.C. now after a stop in Michigan to talk about what he calls his administration's economic successes.
As Erica Brown reports in an interview with CBS News, the president says he's prepared to take strong action against the Iranian regime.
Erica and Joe, the White House is monitoring the unrest in Iran and weighing options for a possible U.S. response to Iran's deadly crackdown on anti-government protests. It comes as President Trump tells CBS News the U.S. is prepared to take very strong action. After more than 2 weeks of protests, during which human rights groups say thousands of demonstrators have been killed, President Trump issued a message.
Brothers and sisters, let me give you some insight of what you're seeing right here. We've seen this ourselves during the time of Tiananmen Square in Egypt, right? I had Elder Lawya and we had to go into England, but there was still some people back in Egypt where they was paying Egyptians like $10 American each to get on a bus to Tiananmen Square, so it would appear to the international, to the countries on the outside of Egypt, that there was some type of mutiny or some type of protest or civil unrest going on, which was actually paid by the governments so that the media can portray some type of organic civil unrest, so that America or the Western country can now put in their own regimes. We've seen this overseas. So when you see these protests, even in America, usually these protests are they find some poor people somewhere, give them $10 and put and give them a mask and a sign to run around so that now the governments can use that as a talking point along with their talking heads to narrate what's going on here. As far as we know, what we're seeing right here could be in an entirely different country. The way this stuff is. This can be a Hollywood stage set somewhere. So again, don't focus on the theatrics you see before you. Focus on what they're saying, what they're trying to convince you to go along with. Okay? It's never what it is. They're trying to make people believe that the Iranians are protesting because they want a new regime. That's the narrative. Well, if you're for the people that's protesting in Iran, you think the answer is dropping bombs on them?
Mm-hmm.
That don't make any sense. Are you with these protesters and do you want to kill these protesters, or do you want to, are you down with these people who want a regime change? Because if you drop a bomb on them, you're gonna unalive the protesters too, right? So again, I'm here to help you all because a lot of people listened to the media a few years ago and are jammed up because of it. All right? Trying to help y'all through. All right.
Here's the hypocrisy of all this.
Go ahead, Elder. What you saying?
Yes, Lawya, sir. Here's the hypocrisy of all of this. They're claiming that they want to bomb Iran or take action. Let's just say take action against Iran based on their treatment of protesters.
Yeah.
When the news story right now in the States, one of the biggest news stories is that they just shot a protester dead in the middle of the street. So what action should be taken against America for what they just did to a protester right here on home soil?
Yeah, you're not supposed to logically look at things like that. You're just supposed to go for the Jedi mind trick, right? Listen to this narrative. We care about protesters in Iran. It's why we're going to bomb it. See? And if you protest here and try to stop ICE, hey, I hope you made it right with your God. All right? Behold that light. Behold that light. Okay?
Protesters.
Keep protesting. Take over your institutions if possible. And all I say to them is...
Hold up. He says, keep protesting, Elder Lawya. Take over the institutions if you have to, when he said that he's going to protect the institutions here by deploying the armies into the inner cities to stop crime.
Wow.
You know what? In a nutshell, and I know these words are saying other things, but it should say, I'm Edom and I say so. Yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the closed caption should be like, I'm Esau and I say so. All right? Now. All right, Edom. All right, Edom. All right, go.
Keep protesting. Take over your institutions if possible. And all I say to them is help is on its way.
Americans woke up this morning and they saw that you said help is on the way.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there's a lot of help on the way and in different forms, including economic help from our standpoint, and not going to help Iran very much.
In an interview with CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel, the president said the U.S. is prepared to take strong action against Iran.
And when they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
President Trump also weighed in on the Justice Department's probe into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, who is...
And again, you have to understand how dangerous an administration can be when you're on your last administration or last term.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because there's nothing to hold you accountable, because you can do whatever you want to do based on the fact that you're not seeking to get elected again. So like I said, old Obama, he kicked the can down the road, played the middle, and all these others until he had 1 foot out the door. And he said, okay, I'm gonna what? I'm gonna stamp my legacy forever with what? It's raining men. Men grab a man, do the do, Sodom and Gomorrah, rainbow flag with a disco ball. Ladies, grab your ladies, do-si-do, lesbian work. Thank you for your votes. Let the party begin. So what happens is, right at the very end, when there's no voters that's needed, on your last leg, you finally realize why that person was elected. Right?
Right.
So again, when Trump was in, there was some smoke concerning Iran. I said, don't worry about it. It ain't going to happen right now. Right? You have to wait. They put a little Sodom and Gomorrah party with the Democrats and immigration in between for 4 years. And that was a sketchy election in of itself. With mail-in ballots, people getting vaccinated, all types of crazy stuff going on in the wake of that, right off the backs of George Floyd. But then I said, hey, if Trump get in again, he's going to do all the things that he couldn't do with his first term. And you can look into an Iranian war by the end of his administration. Quote, unquote. You don't know what someone is about until their last term. When there's no need, they have no need for the votes anymore. Right? Here we go.
Facing an investigation related to a multi-billion-dollar renovation of the Federal Reserve headquarters.
He's into billions and billions of dollars, and it looks like they won't open for a long time. And he's either corrupt or incompetent.
The probe comes as the president continues to call on Powell to lower interest rates. The investigation has sparked bipartisan concern.
If there's nothing there, and I would hope and think there is nothing there, then this is destabilizing, and it looks like the Justice Department is being used as a weapon.
So what's going on right now? They're posturing for the war, the battle in the Valley of Jehoshaphat. Why? For those who don't know geopolitically what's going on here, it's all about this. It's all about this. Geopolitically, you can view the file here. It's all about, as you can see in this area here, they got to get all of this. Even what borders Iran, they're seeking to take all of the promised land borders that was promised to Abraham. Now, Elder Lawya, this is what's funny about this. You got all these people claiming the Bible isn't real. Why should we believe in the Bible? The Bible was written by man. I think based on what we're seeing, all the territories being taken by Esau right now, it's about time people start taking this Bible seriously, because it must have something to it. If you got a people that is willing to kill off everybody in the Middle East just to get this border, just to have this border.
Exactly.
So ignoring it doesn't mean it's not happening, folks. So if they're trying to take the borders of the Bible according to a promise, shouldn't we go into the Bible to figure out why?
Mm-hmm.
If not just for ourselves, preserving ourselves alive. If these guys are willing to do anything just to get these borders that were promised in the Bible, to be in the know, shouldn't we at least go into the Bible for this? So it must be somewhat. It must be some spiritual significance to this area. Let me drop it on you. It is. This border of what we're seeing here, what Esau is trying to take through the sword, comprises of what? The land that was between the 4 rivers in the Garden of Eden, according to Genesis, the 2nd chapter. Whoever ruled this territory by default rules the world, because Adam, taken out of the dust here, was given dominion over the earth. Huh? So for those who don't believe in the Bible, you're not going to understand anything that's going on that's going to affect you in the future. Right? You're not going to understand anything that's going to affect you. Guess what? You don't believe in the Bible, but everything in the Bible is going to affect you going forward. They're over there because they want this land. The Somalis are in Minnesota right now being used like crash test dummies because they needed to put some people over in that area that they displaced so that they can take parts of that area that they think belongs to them, Somaliland, and to displace those in Gaza and have a place for them to go. So they're moving all these people all around the earth, and it's affecting America too, just for this. Now, while they got these Somalis being used like crash test dummies over there in Minnesota, because it's really the crazed libtards that's actually getting all the money out of all of this. Because a lot of the money, it's found out, it's not alleged, a lot of the money is going back into the Democratic campaigns. And the Democratic campaigns in those areas have money shipped, and the legislation, they ship the money, millions of dollars, right back to Israel, or put new politicians in place who can do what? Keep the grift going from one year's budget to the next. To finance their own campaigns, to be in place, to steal more money, using black and brown as crash test dummies. Okay? So all of you that don't believe in the Bible, guess what? It's going to affect you anyway. This is what they're over there for, folks. They want the land that God promised our people. But here's the cherry on top. You don't get this land without Christ.
Mm-hmm.
See? I'm going to give it, I don't care what they try. It isn't promised to them. And before they fulfill what they're trying to do, even though they're going to destroy many people, and they will, the Most High and Christ will interfere. Okay? So what are they trying to do? Elder Lawya, let's end it with the book of Obadiah. If y'all have any calls, guys, if you want to come in, text me and let me know you want to come in. If you have something to say, text me now and I'll allow you in, guys, if you're looking at it. And if you have anything to say, you can send a message and I'll read your message or call you in if there's a question or comment that's interesting that you would like to discuss based on this lesson. Okay? 445-888-2759. You gets no land. You gets no land if you don't believe in Christ. Period. Let's read it, Elder Lawya. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. The book of Obadiah, verse number 1.
The book of Obadiah. Now, let's show you the plan of Esau. This is the plan that Esau got when he went up into the caves, into Mount Seir. All right? Let's read it.
Obadiah 1:1. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God, concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
Now let's find out who that ambassador is. That ambassador isn't Gumnasser of Egypt. You have a lot of theories out there that Gumnasser said, how did the Israelites leave the Middle East black and come back white? He may have made that quote as the ambassador of Egypt, but that quote has nothing to do with this. The ambassador that's going to rise up against Esau in battle is Iran. Isaiah the 13th chapter. Let's get there real quick. Isaiah 13. Right?
Isaiah 13 and verse number 17.
Let's read it.
Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them.
I will stir up who?
I will stir up the Medes against them.
The Medes are who? Hold on. Let me show you. Give me that verse again, Elder.
Isaiah 13 and 17.
17. Let's go straight there. 17, Medes. Medes. Madai. Central Asia. Madai. Everybody know that Iran is made out of who? You got it. The Persians and the Medo Empire, which makes up modern day Iran. Modern day Iran. Read that again, chapter verse before 17.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 13, 17.
Read.
Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them.
Iran.
Which shall not regard silver, and as for gold, they shall not delight in it.
That means there's nothing you can pay them to go along with the new world order. A matter of fact, they feel their nation was born to fulfill the end day prophecy, the bringing to what they call the 12th Imam. Okay, they believe that they must fight the final war to bring in the Savior. And they shall not delight in silver or gold. That means you cannot pay them to go along with the New World Order. 18.
Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces, and they shall not have pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eye shall not spare children.
It's going to be ridiculous. Okay? With every swing of their sword, it's in their belief, according to their religion, it'll be God behind every swing. Right? That's the ambassador that's being stirred up by the Almighty. It's not Gumnunasa. It's the Medes. Let's go back to the book of Obadiah.
Obadiah verse 2.
Yes.
Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
The Edomites, or the so-called Europeans, are the smallest race on earth. Compared to any other race, they're only 7% of the earth's racial population. They're small. Read.
The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Started off at the clefts of the rocks in Mount Seir, where they received their mission through Satan, or whom they call Jabulon, or Yah, or Yahweh, or Jehovah. That's not the God of the Hebrews. That's their God. The God of the Hebrews' name is Ahiah. 4.
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
Setting their nest among the stars. Their plan is to eventually go into space. And guess what? It's already happening. It's already happening. You got Israel's Space Force. Huh? The Israeli Space Agency, huh? Y'all don't know that? Let me pull it up. Look at this. The ISA. The Israeli Space Force. The Israeli Space Agency, folks. So they had to get into that area because that area where what? Where Mount Hermon is a gateway into the sides of the north, which is heaven itself. See, that's what they're there for. Israel has signed a 10-year strategic agreement with NASA. The Israeli Space Agency. What the Hades you doing out there? You're fulfilling what you said you would do once you stole the land. You would get with your Messiah, Satan, which is their Messiah, folks, and eventually he would give them the technology, including the technology they have with the CERN and all that, to open up portals to go out into space to fight. These people crazy. They are insane. Okay? There it is, see? Digital angels, there it is. Huh? Look at it. The Israeli Space Agency. So all you people try to claim the Bible isn't real, Esau is doing exactly what the prophecy said he would do before Christ put a foot on him. One big black foot is coming out of the sky. Okay? And he's coming into this realm with a bush. Okay? You're like, man, is that a black man? Oh, yes, it is. Though thou exalt thyself as an eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, read.
Thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
And when guess what? When he go up there, when they started going up there, the Most High started waking us up. It's the truth of God's people that have begun to bring Edom down. So what are they doing over in Somaliland? What are they doing in the Middle East? Well, the 5th verse. Read.
If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Will they not have stolen till they had enough?
Every place these people go, every area they claim is stolen. These people were never given a land amongst the divisions by God. Ham, Shem, and Japheth all have land allocated according to what was given through Noah. Well, because Jacob and Esau were twins, there's no land for Esau. So he had to live in the mountains, and eventually he would need to steal any land, being that he was never allocated any according to God. Another reason why Esau has vitriol against our God and against our people. He have to steal everything. Him being the firstborn, and now he have to steal everything. And our God gave him no territory. So that's why he's running around the earth with an axe to grind against everyone. So the Bible says, if thieves, read.
If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Will they not have stolen till they had enough?
Would they not have stolen until they had enough? That means a thief would normally just steal a little bit and go about his business. Not Esau. Esau is still the whole earth. And then he'd go out there and say, okay, there's something on the outside of this earth I can take. Right? Come on.
If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes?
Usually a thief would come through and leave something for everyone else. It's a law that if we have any plants or a garden that we can't glean the corners, we would give that to the poor. See? He steals everything. And that's what they're doing in the Middle East. But the Most High has a plan. And guess what? His plan was to wake up us. To wake up the children of Israel was God's plan. we're the only people on earth who can oppose our brother because we know him. See? We know him. We came out of the same mother. So Esau started getting out of the pocket, doing Sodom and Gomorrah and all types of crazy stuff, using psychology, thinking that he could fool the world, thought he was sitting on top of the world, and the Most High said, okay, let's wake up the 12 tribes. Because the majority of Esau's tactics, the majority of his power is through deception and psychology. Once we know the game, we don't have to play it. See? When we thought they were the authority, the high IQ, which is another garbage. Of course they have a higher IQ if they convince us to poison our own children's brains. So how did the Most High begin to pull Esau down? He had to be exposed. He was walking around as a fugitive without an identity. And no one could put a finger on what is their true objective. And that's why it says, how the things of Esau sort out. Who can figure him out? It was in the Bible the whole time. We must identify who this guy is. And then, all due respect, we have to interact and do business with you, but we're not going to trust you. Okay? We don't trust you. Anything you say that's good for me, we have a long history of understanding what happens when our people are convinced you're for our turn. Hey, you want to come over here and hang out on my boat real quick? Huh? You want to go for a boat ride? Yeah? Huh? So again, I'm putting this out there because guess what? We don't have no problem against any other people. I don't have no problem with white people. I don't got a problem with white Christians. I don't got a problem with white Jews. I don't have a problem with any of them. Okay? But I know not to listen to them. Okay? If we do business, I agree with this is what I get out of this interaction because right now it's your world and I have to do business with you. And I'll do honest business with you. All right? We have to. But I'm not gonna trust you as far as I can throw you. If you tell me something is going on in the world and something is good for me and my family, no thank you. Give it to your family. We good. If you're telling me, oh my God, black racism, white patriarchy, I need y'all to come out here with us, these white libtards, and oh yeah, come out with us because we standing for black justice. No thank you. All right, go out there, knock yourself out. Stop ICE. Do whatever you want to do. All right? No, thank you. I mean, go for it. If you want to take down it, then do what you got to do. We are to serve the Most High, teach the truth, follow Christ, and avoid their directives at all costs. They can say, well, hey, you can speak to the doctor. Doctor, yeah, man, there's this new disease floating around. I think you better re-up. No, don't worry about it. If it comes around, that's between me and my God. Okay? I got tea. I have echinacea. I have honey. And I got a little lemon to stir up in there too. Hell to the no. Okay? No, thank you. Well, you better re-up and get your, hey, we heard there's something deep coming up in the air. Guess what? You can take it in. You can take it. You can breathe in what's coming in the air. And if you feel there's a remedy to take, you take it. Okay? Hell to the no. All right? Because I found out something about those doctors. And certain kickbacks, if a certain percentage of the people, of their patients, get some of the stuff, how much money they make. If they can have enough patients and show that over 40%, 50% get the stuff, I found out how much money they make. Like, no, I'm good. All right? Don't follow God. Follow Christ. Let me see, we got a message up in here. Now, will they get the land? Hell to the no. Because, like I said, Christ is going to put a foot in it. Let's go to Isaiah 63 real quick. I do miss y'all. I tell y'all that. I do miss you, brothers and sisters. I'm glad to be back. Praise the Most High. I almost don't want to go, but I have to. But I have a few announcements to make. I miss you all. Right? Dad, one person say, Elder Lawya, my doctor don't even return my calls because he know I'm woke. Yeah.
Man, that's something.
Yeah. Come to find out, these places ain't nothing but eugenic clinics. Like they made it where these practices can't survive unless they're down with the stuff.
Right.
They look at you. Oh, don't you want your kid to have it? Nah. Where you from? Oh, I'm from Bangladesh. Well, take your butt to Bangladesh and go do that to where your family is. Get up out of my mix. How about that? So Esau been putting up these people of color in our neighborhoods. Trying to break them off and say, listen, all you got to do is administer the stuff and we can make room for the rest of your village. How about that? Okay, we go to pharmacy school and go up into the neighborhoods and get as many as you can get out of there. You can bring your village up here and share in the American dream. Don't you want to become a dreamer? Right? Let's show how Christ's going to put a foot in it. Isaiah 63:1. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 63:1. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra?
And y'all know who coming from Edom? Christ. He's going to visit Edom first. He's going directly to Rome. This is the prophecy from Genesis, the 49th chapter, where it talks about what? It talks about Christ coming to visit the enemy of God's people.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that coming from Edom with dyed garments of Bozrah? Read.
This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save.
Who's that coming? He that speaketh in righteousness, mighty to save. Look at that right there. Folks, that's Yeshaya. That's Yeshaya who was prophesied to secure and to deliver his people salvation. That's Christ. He's written of in the Old Testament. Huh? A lot of people don't even know that. 2.
Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat?
Christ.
I've trodden the wine press alone.
It says, so Christ, your garment was white when you crack the atmosphere. How is it that you're red in your apparel? When you came through the atmosphere, when you came here, you had on all white. Why is thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat? It looked like you've been stomping in a wine fat, like you were crushing grapes, Christ. When he went amongst the Edomites, his white garments will be blood-stained red. That's a prophecy, folks. See, but they feel if they get rid of all of God's people, then there'll be no people for Christ to return for and save. See, that's the race. Let's get rid of the people, and therefore, there'll be nobody to save him by default. God will have to accept me as the only chosen left, right? 3.
I've trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me.
Christ went amongst the elites' conversations, their private meetings. I don't care if it's Bilderberg. I don't care. It's the economic forum, the European Economic Forum. The Most High was in all their meetings, and he found out that there was not one of these people, these elites, who can pass legislation to help our people. He couldn't find not one that was down with him. They're Satanists. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people, speaking of the elite, there was none with me. Now, how do we know it's the elite? Well, when you go to here, with dyed garments of Bozrah, Bozrah was the capital city of Edom. So it's talking about who? The legislators, those who make the rules. See? He said he went amongst these people who mixed all the decisions and found out at the height of these governments, none of these people are for him. They are against him and they are against us. I've trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. Read.
For I will tread them in mine anger.
I will tread them in my anger.
And trample them in my fury. And their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments. And I will stain all my raiment.
And I will stain all my raiment. Now you see in Judaism and others why they don't believe in Christ, and they don't like Christ, because they know Christ is coming to judge them. I have no problem with this prophecy right here. Right? Now you got some people out there who don't believe in Christ, or whatever the case is, but explain who is this that come from Bozrah that's going to destroy Edom. And why is he going to destroy Edom? These are unrepentant Edomites who are intentionally deceiving God's people and are seeking to destroy God's people, and who are promoting evil throughout the earth unchecked. It's very rare you hear any Christians give us the details of what Christ's going to do upon his return. Everyone is waiting for his return, but haven't read this. So when I say Christ is coming with a foot, a big black foot, there it is. Okay? He's troddening the winepress. He's stomping evil, wicked, non-believing Edomites. I know some of the Christians, oh, not my Jesus. But guess what? This is what mine is going to do according to prophecy. All right? Now, as far as I'm concerned, that's my Lord. Vengeance is his. We're about love. We're about baptism. We're about repentance. We're not about violence. But I'm going to tell you something about this Christ right here that's coming through. We're putting it all on him. We're here to teach the gospel of Christ. But when he come back, Christ's going to be stomping heads. Okay? For what?
For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come.
And the year of my redeemed is come. That's Christ. So the vengeance is his. So all these guys running around talking about what they going to do when Christ come back, the only thing you can control is repenting, following God's law, and treating all people as you would like to be treated, regardless of race. Like I said, I don't have no problem with any people. But that man of sin, according to the Bible, must be revealed. If not for any reason, so that our people can navigate around Esau's deception and live by not trusting what they say. Okay? Follow God, follow the commandments, repent from sin, and do not listen to the media. That's Satan's tongue. Man, we pretty thick. Man, we had 22 study tonight. All praises be to the Most High. And before I go, I can't take any. I was going to. Hey, Gaja, I'm gonna bring you in Friday for Patreon. I just wanted to make some announcements. You can go to gatheringofchrist.org if you would like to donate and help the work. Just hit donate. You can donate to the teachers here or any other initiative that's in the drop down. We're still taking donations for the school. I Am Royal School. If you want to help our children who's learning, because it's a bunch of nut jobs up in the Board of Education from the top down. Right, bunch of freaks. All right, so you can't have them around our children. It's like believe it or not, it's the same makeup as if you go to jail. You got LGBTQ and everybody else. LGBTQ and everybody else pushing that on our children, bullying our children. Like, nah. We want our daughters to grow up feminine, desiring marriage, desiring the back of man. We want our young men to grow up with respect and honor for the Almighty, the respect for the institution of family. All right. And they learn it first in schools like this. I Am Royal. So when you get an opportunity, make sure you go to gatheringofchrist.org, drop down. There's donations there where you can help us help our children. I Am Royal Academy. There's nothing like it in the earth. Also, the Hebrew Bible Academy, it's still open. We have 2 full months. So if you want to be a part of this, yes, go to historytimes.org, enroll. We'll make sure you get all the lessons that you've missed in time for what? You to receive the lesson we're going to bring forth, exposing Islam, this coming Sunday. The Ishmaelites, Satan's secret weapon. All right. Also, if you do have Cash App, $GOCC report, REPORT, GOCC report is a Cash App. Okay. With that, now we understand the enemy's trying to take our land. They tried to steal our name. But guess what? We're the children of Israel, and we are back. And we are back to claim what's ours. That's right, folks. In Christ, we will one day reign with Christ as kings and priests on this earth. They had their time. The Gentiles did everything they could to steal our land. They tried to be us. But of course, you can't do that. Israel has the flavor, and we got that salt back. Woo! That's right, brothers and sisters. Thank you. I'm back. All praises be to the Almighty. Thank you for your prayers. Thank you for all you do. Oklahoma. This Passover will be the Passover of all Passovers. The same place they dropped a bomb on Hebrews. I don't know what the Most High going to do in the spirit with us returning back into that area, but something phenomenal is going to come out of us being there. Showing our ancestors, our forefathers, that their labor to make a place for God's people wasn't in vain. Okay? We're going to be there as God's people to celebrate the awakening and the coming of our Lord and Savior this Passover. And guess what, folks? We're tinkering around with the program. It's going to be more praise, more singing to the heavens. It's going to be the Passover of all Passovers. Brothers and sisters, if you've already began to pay on your Passovers or whatever the case is, please get everything in on time so that we can pay our end on this side, all right? So if you are going to be a part of the Passover, start making your small payments in for your family and all these others. It's costing us a lot of money to do this. And what we're getting in is almost cost of what it is to actually do it. Okay? If you're in the church, and for some reason you're hurting or you fell on hard times and you want to come to the Passover, let that be known to your bishop or leader in your congregation. All right? We don't want finances to be a reason why you cannot attend. All right? Those who can attend and you're securing your seats there, that's one thing. But if you are a brother or sister that's hurting and something is going on, you fell on hard times, please let us know, okay? We'll do what we can to try to supplement in some area for you to be there, because I don't want you to miss. We don't want you to miss what this Passover will be. I'm going to tell you, this Passover is going to change things. And what we're going to do with a lot of the music coming out of the Passover, if it be the Most High's will, we're seeking to travel with the gospel and the music into different parts of the earth, proclaiming Christ is coming. While we're teaching the truth, we're going to be doing the music and proclaiming Christ's return throughout the earth. And we're looking to spearhead that off the Passover with the music. So, hope you all are ready. Right? I hope you all are ready. Thank you, Elder Lawya. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for holding it down. And, I've been busy, but I think that tomorrow I'm going to actually have a day. I can actually, I've been getting news all over the place since we lost some loved ones. Found out yesterday my brother Danya Allah passed. And we just have to fight, and I'm going to fight and do this work so I can see all those I love again. We're going to fight for those who are no longer here. We're going to fight for them. Right?
Don.
Well, thank you. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. And yes, we are the children of Israel, brothers and sisters. And guess what? Gentiles can be baptized to receive the covenant.
That's right.
If you follow Christ, you can be grafted into the covenant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't want anybody to believe just because you're not an Israelite that you're left out. No. Don't forget, Ham, Shem, and Japheth was on the ark. And the Most High allocated land for all of the families of Noah. See? But the only way to do it is you're going to have to put down your paganism, leave these pagan Christian churches, Leave these Buddhists and these other satanic Eastern religions, Buddha and all that other crap, right? Buddha and the spirit of Buddha being a jinn, he's burning in hell right now. So if Buddha can't help himself, you definitely can't pray to him. Come back to the Most High. Even if you are a Gentile, receive the God of the Hebrews and his son. And the Most High will have a place for you on earth that belongs to your fathers, be it Ham, Shem, or Japheth. Blessings.
Shalom.
Yeah, and we're back. Let's go. See y'all this Friday.
Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, yeah, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.